Drop the beat.
I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I'm a never Trump guy.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and I am super happy to be hanging out with you again. So, in reference to yesterday, I'm sorry that I did miss you. The wife did throw out her neck, so she was effectively unable to hang out with the kids or pick up the kids physically and from school. And so, as a result, I had to hang out and help out the wife yesterday. Not just that, but I was actually thankful for the time almost just because I needed to handle some back end stuff. And I did handle a substantive amount of very cool back end stuff. For instance, I did sign the contract for Counterpoint Star Wars, Counterpoints Sci-Fi. We'll be launching those channels in September. The financing should already be coming through. It's just a question of the money coming through. And then I don't really... hold on one second. I have no chat, so I don't know why that is. Give me 1 second. Let me reload the page. All right, we should be back. Christian Valeris, good morning. Leader, good morning. Hi. Okay, now I have a chat. That's good. So Counterpoints, Star Wars, and Hedonic Treadmill, good to see you. You are one of the most important words in this thing, in this drama. And then, sorry, just sharing good news. So effectively, I signed the contract. That pays for the editor for 12 months. We're launching Counterpoint Star Wars and Counterpoints Sci-Fi in September. So we actually have a month and a half worth of episodes already shot. They just need to be edited and pushed out, which is good because I can keep pushing stuff on the weekends, editing on the weekends, scripting on the weekends, all that kind of stuff. And so that should be good. And then hopefully that gives us a financial backstop where that allows us to navigate politics, where we can be, hopefully we reach a financial security standpoint where we actually just don't need another person. Like we won't need to orbit anyone. We won't need to be subsidized. We'll actually just be an independent, self-sufficient revenue generating machine that allows us to articulate our own positions without compromise by any bias or any exterior interest. It's not that I let exterior interests affect me too much, or at least I don't think I do. It's not that I let orbiting cloud my judgment too much to the point that I'm committing like lies of commission. That's not what I think I do. However, I think that the minimum amount of bias, probably the best, right? The best. So Hedonic Treadmill says, whoop, whoop. Spiro says, no chain makes him think it's broken. I don't know what that means. Leader says, initial thoughts of Destiny and Ethan Klein. Don't worry, bro. We got time. Christmas says, good morning, folks. Sultan Al Fahim says, good morning. Truzat is trying to get enough momentum to slingshot out of the D orbit. Not necessarily. So for instance, we'll mind map it momentarily. However, wouldn't it be nice? Not that like I'm not really reliant on Destiny in order to make bills. Matter of fact, Warhammer is more important than politics, although politics is important. However, so it's not like I'm like utterly reliant on my relationship with Destiny in order to create content. However, I think independence, like pure independence, to the point where you don't have to give a shit what anybody thinks necessarily. I think that reduces bias. So we can mind map a few things that you might find interesting. Spiro says chatting. Hello. eDreamcast says hi. And then Spiro. I'm a yapper. I yap a lot, but I also have a very engaged chat compared to my size. Like Christian Valeris, Leader, Hedonic Treadmill. I think I've seen Christmas before, but Sultan Al Fahim, True Zealot. I'm sure we'll see Gen X later today. I'm sure we'll see some other, Dr. Zayas and Jonahzilla. And I think I already said Christian Valeris, but Christian Valeris and Grassroots and a whole bunch of other people. There's a whole bunch of other people that are regulars that come hang out. Thung Dark, Dude Man Sue. Those people are pretty pretty regular chatters. So if I go for 2 to 5 minutes without seeing a chat, then there's probably something technically wrong. Fun Dark says, strike the leam. I mean, like the stream. Indeed, like the stream. eDreamcast says, Gavin Newsom effing up because people can't be normal. I agree, dude. I agree. And some Democrats, they really don't get it. So for instance, Gavin Newsom, the shooting happened, and then somebody was like, JD Vance, I think, came out and was like, listen, we don't say thoughts and prayers just because we only want to do thoughts and prayers. We're saying thoughts and prayers because we know that other US citizens are suffering, and we're trying to be with them in spirit, and we're trying to pray in order to help heal the soul of the nation. And then Gavin Newsom's social media account, which I get this might hit with Democrats, but I think you guys are misunderstanding the people that you need to attract for your political coalition. He says, these kids were literally praying. So sorry, we're jumping a little bit ahead in content, but eDreamcast inspired this rant. Guys, that is what Democrats are consistently accused of, is moral frogging about important issues in order to pass bad policy. Okay? That's why I've hated Democrats my entire life, is that they might descriptively be correct about a problem. Let's say like environmentalism or racial justice or gun control or something like that. Like they might be right that there's something there that needs to be addressed. But then what they do is like something bad happens and they're like, this is so bad, we have to do something. And they're like, what do you want to do? And they're like, ban all assault weapons and make it so you can only buy one gun and 10 bullets at a time. And it's like, that is the fucking dumbest policy solution I've ever heard in my life. And they're like, I don't care, we have to do something, people are dying. And it's like, you suck. You suck. This is why you lose votes. This is seriously, because it's like, at least with the Republicans, their policies suck and kill people. But if you're like a middle class person or an upper middle class person or even a working class person who is able to survive, you know what Republican policy is? It's reduce taxes. So if you're not a degenerate piece of drug addicted filth living on the wrong side of town at, on the verge of getting murdered by your neighbors because you live in the fucking ghetto, then a Republican president or a Republican administration actually isn't going to do anything to you except for reduce your taxes. Like as long as you're not gay or an illegal immigrant, right? Whereas a Democratic politician, they will upend the political order. They will change your life through trying to pass policy that is either good or bad. And so the nature of that policy absolutely matters. Crawling Chaos. Good to see you, brother. Hello, Connor in chat. Good to see you. Christian Blair says, I know it's algorithmically good, but I'm so tired of the drama. Yeah, I understand. We'll try to, we're not going to cover it in detail. Christian Blairs. I'm not going to watch the videos. The videos are actually fucking repulsive. Fast and Bulbous says, shout out Jerry Jones, Packers Hall of Fame, based. eDreamcast says, it strikes me how vultures be hawking on the shooting right during the trans tirade and the left crying about its stupid gun laws. Eon Homar talking about gun violence should start from home. Okay. I'm not sure if I fully understand your paragraph, but I appreciate the enthusiasm. Gen X says, morning, I just got here. How's Mrs. Point someone? She's doing okay. She's doing okay. She still needs ice packs and heat and rest. She still needs all that stuff in order to function, but she's still overall doing better than she was doing yesterday. That's for sure. Yesterday, she was barely able to walk. She was in so much pain. Alexandra Vazushu says, what the Democrats don't understand, people don't view Republicans as fascists. Because of this, they don't mind voting for them. 3, when they vote for Dems, it's not because they think the Dems will save them from the fascists. Right. Wouldn't it be nice if Democrats came up with good policy prescriptions? That would be nice. eDreamcast says, they're getting angry at white kids or praying for some reason, make therapy free. Right. Christian Blair says, Ethan made the mistake of going after Destiny, reading our corn, not realizing that he has a longer history of edgy jokes in defense. That is effectively the drama. You've summarized it accurately, but we'll do some mind maps for the sake of people responding. The Crawling Chaos says, honestly, what would you do to reduce mass shootings? I genuinely would like to know. Oh, we should talk about that more later. However, apparently Minnesota has some of the proposals that I would already want to do. So from my perspective, I would actually genuinely do, so for cops, reducing police brutality, also making sure they're effective, making sure they have good training. Universal body cameras. I know that's not specific for mass shootings, but I just want to share like a general security position. So universal body cameras for cops. In reference to cops, cops need to understand that they need to be able to run the gamut of operations. So they need to be able to get a cat out of a tree, and they need to be able to run into a building with an AR-15 and smoke somebody. They need to be able to do both. And being willing and able to psychologically train to be nice enough to be nice to a grandma or a mom who is of a different ethno-religious background from you, who's speaking a different language, to get their cat out of a tree, but then be ready to jump back into your patrol car and run into a building and shoot somebody in the face. That actually takes like a decent amount of psychological flexibility that needs to be trained for. And so that's what I would do in reference to first response. And I have like a dozen specific training recommendations. Okay. Then, in reference to so with cops, we can start right there. In reference to legislation, I think we absolutely need ERPOs, emergency risk protection orders. I think Minnesota already has them. If it's Minnesota, I always mix up like Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and Minnesota and Minneapolis. I always mix those guys up. But anyways, I think it's Minnesota. Minnesota already has red flag laws, and red flag laws, a lot of people don't like it, but I think they're perfectly fine. I could tell you the red flag law that I did that I thought was absolutely necessary and justified. And effectively what that does is, let's say you have a schizo friend or a schizo family member, and they have guns and they're posting on social media, not anything criminal, but they're saying crazy shit. They're like, oh, it's all over for you guys. Just wait till I get my tax return and you guys are going to see what I do. And then like you go talk to them in person and they're like, oh yeah, I'm going to go shoot up a school. I'm going to go shoot up a church. I'm going to go do this. I'm going to go do that. And it's something like horrifying. And you don't really know if your schizophrenic friend is having like a schizo moment that like they need to chill out from and relax from, and they're high on weed and they're just talking shit because their girlfriend just broke up with them, or if legitimately you're on the verge of being friends with a terrorist, right? And nothing they've done so far is criminal. They've just been chatting a lot of shit, right? So then you have two options. Call the police and hope that they're able to figure it out, and your schizophrenic friend just confesses to the fact that he's on the verge of committing a crime. Or if you document the situation, you have text messages, you have video, you have audio recordings, all that kind of stuff, you go to the cops, and in states where you have an emergency risk protection order, you can do an ERPO. And what an ERPO does is it effectively says, based off of this information, we believe that this person is an imminent threat to themselves or others. They are in possession of firearms. Therefore, what we're going to do is we're going to confiscate the firearms and we're going to give this person a court date. And by the way, it's not necessarily a criminal court date. It could actually just be like a civil court date where they end up with like anger management classes, or they have to talk to a therapist once a month or something like that, right? But the judge reviews the available evidence. And if the judge thinks that it's bullshit and you got nothing, they can throw out the ERPO and say, hey, this guy hasn't done anything too bad yet. As a result, I don't think that there's an imminent threat of death or great bodily harm to themselves or others. As a result, who gives a shit? That's on them if they commit a crime. Or they can say, actually, yeah, there's substantive evidence here in order to believe that a terrorist attack or mass shooting or suicide or murder-suicide is imminent. As a result, go ahead and have law enforcement intervene. And for me, that's perfectly reasonable. And I think that while the Second Amendment says a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. And I do think the statement, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed, is a statement that civilians are allowed to own guns. If you actually look at Federalist 29 and Federalist 46, hi, food shops, good to see you. If you look at Federalist 29 and if you look at Federalist 46, it's pretty obvious that they're talking about the fact that the civilians should have guns almost specifically in order to eliminate the need for a standing army and law enforcement and to prevent a tyrannical government. But they viewed this like people in the, I don't know, like people in colonial America training with their muskets in order to be able to be ready to fight the British or fight Native Americans or fight a seditious rebellion or fight a riot That's kind of the way they viewed it, is like the Minuteman concept, the guy who can respond instantaneously to an act of violence on behalf of their community. So, anyways, we can get more into that later. We can talk about laws. We can take a look at like news stuff. We can take a look and we can break it all down, and we probably will. Today is probably going to be a little bit more independent. I expect to suffer a little bit metrically. Like we'll probably break 100, but the way that I'm going to cover this stuff, the easiest way to get good metrics right now, which ideally I should have done it yesterday if I wanted to do it, but I don't want to do it, is just pull up the Destiny response to Ethan Klein and then just go through it. But Steven's response to his accusations is actually fairly boilerplate compared to his previous responses to the same accusations. Whereas the Ethan Klein segment is actually like gross. And it's not because Ethan Klein is like guilty of some heinous crime. In my knowledge, he hasn't committed any other crime besides making repulsive jokes on the internet. However, some of those jokes are actually like, holy shit, like actually repulsive. And I get that they're like 10 or 15 years old, but whew, they were very edgy. Anyways, quick shill before I continue to engage with chat, and then we'll get into the mind map drawing segment momentarily. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage in chat. Lots of funny, interesting, cool people in there. Super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. I parasocially love you. Thank you for being here. Crawling Chaos says, what would you do to reduce mass shootings? I generally want to know. Yeah, so ERPOs, and then also promoting a healthier gun culture. We can get into that later. Just ask me about it later. Bud123 says, I did leg day yesterday. I feel a lot less sore than my legs after last week. I will do back, bicep, and shoulders today. You understand that Bud123 is blowing y'all out of the fucking water, right? Like every single day, or every other day, Bud123 has something to say about what he's doing physically. And I am lifting, look at that. Look at that. You don't get that on accident, bro. And I'm not even taking steroids. This is just boomer dad muscle. That's all that is. So that's dad bod fatty muscle. It's marbled muscle. But yeah, lift, bro. Lift 2 to 3 times a week. Go for walks 5 times a week. And it doesn't have to be a big walk. Just do like a 10-minute, 20-minute walk. Bud123 is fucking murdering us. Alexandru Vazushu says, on top of that, the Dems are viewed as the party poopers who have to come in when the party gets too hot, as in real fiscal policies. They never vote for Dems because they start acting like Republicans. True. Fast and Bubba says, Mrs. Points is greater than Mr. Points. That's probably true. Kaiser Che says, thanks. I'm tired of the drama too. Good. We'll avoid the grosser parts of the drama. Wowman says, when will we get Painter Points in exhibition at the at the MoMA? Enough abstract art, time for schizo, autist art. True. Unironically, I should become like a schizophrenic Twitch and YouTube political artist. I should post these to Patreon. That's what I should do. I have a Patreon. Webtoon Enjoyer says, after the discovery of Ethan Klein's Reddit account, Destiny was saying in his offline chat that he has real-life plot armor with Deus Ex Machina. Laugh my ass off. Well, dude, and that's the thing, too. It's like, has this really changed what Steven's done? Absolutely not. But did one of the biggest creators in YouTube come for fucking Steven's head, and then Steven did the meme of, like, somebody call an ambulance, but not for me. Like, that's how? How? You know what I'm saying? This has done nothing to change what Steven's done. But effectively, one of the biggest creators on YouTube came after Steven, and Steven just uno reversoed every bad thing that Ethan has ever done and created a controversy within Ethan Klein's own community about Ethan Klein's sins. Sam says, might have to change parents for letting their kids get a hold of their firearms. Sure. That's another one too, Sam. Actually, that's a good observation. I would do, because there are rednecks who want to leave loaded guns all over their house in case black bears or meth heads break into their house. And they unironically say that, like, oh, if the government wants to tell me that I can't leave loaded guns on my kitchen counter, then they can come and take it. So I'll get into a gunfight with the local sheriff over whether or not I can leave loaded guns around my 6-year-old. Well, what I would do as a compromise with that position, which I think is dumb as fuck, is I would make every bullet and every gun that you own a civil liability issue for the owner. It technically is, but we don't really sue or criminalize this behavior. And what I would do is I would write a pretty loose criminal possession statute that effectively, if somebody steals your gun and commits a crime with said gun, and you fail to report the theft to law enforcement within a reasonable amount of time, you are civilly and criminally liable for what happens with the gun. Now, it can be substantively reduced sentencing compared to whatever crime is actually committed with the firearm. However, you can still suffer a criminal penalty. And I'm pretty sure the next time that some mass shooter's dad who left like an AR-15 and 5 drum mags and 10,000 rounds out, and they go and shoot up a mall and kill 30 people, I'm pretty sure the next time that one of those guys is on the news being carted off to jail for like a fucking year, and they actually have to work for the rest of their lives to pay restitution to the families of the victims, I'm pretty sure that's going to get people to secure their guns real fucking toot sweet, which is French for immediately. A large percentage of what Destiny says on Discord is sarcasm, which people take seriously. Sure. What about free nerve agents for the mentally unsound? Pass. Food Shop says, hello, Connor. I say hello back. Crawling Chaos says, thank you, Connor. Very informative. True. Short says, I'd be more cool with red flag laws if they were more uniform and gave a time limit for a court date and preferred a jury. And if the date is met by the court, then guns go back to the individual. Short. Is it chart or short? I think it's short. Short, I agree with you. I think that if you get hit with a red flag law, you should be reviewed by a jury of your peers within 30 days. And if they find you mentally competent and they find the state to be overstepping its bounds, then your firearm should be returned to you. Absolutely. If a judge is to remove your firearms from you without being any violations already standing by, red flag laws can and will be used to punish enemies. Well, John Kennedy, I think that Short and I not only agree with you, but we would want to set up procedural issues in order to stop that. Hedonic Treadmill says, lol, food shops, what are you doing up so early? True. I'll take it you're not into that. No, I'm not. I lifted my girlfriend the other night. That's based. Christian Lair says, I work out 3 times a week for an hour. I just don't care enough to post. I'm sure I'm not alone. Good. Good. Fast and Bulba says, I'm good on the gym. I work on farms and had 1 day off in 3 years. Working as a farmer gets you a weightlifting exception. Fungbark says, I like to do full body, but having a kid last week sort of knocked me off track. Still hitting some chin-ups, though. That's base. That's all you need. Congratulations on the kid, by the way. Mud Farmer says, imagine saying Democrats will upend the political order with this administration. It's losing its sting. Oh, yeah, absolutely. But you have to understand that there's a difference from the government. The federal government right now is slicing through its own social safety network for international people, allies, all those people, right? But you have to understand that if you're already independently wealthy or middle class or upper class, then Republicans largely can't fuck with you, or they choose not to. Kazuche says, are these edgy jokes an excuse? Rarely I heard a funny joke about kids and stuff. Maybe Louis C.K. Sure. Hedonic Treadmill says, Little Steve is an asshole and you shouldn't fuck with him. People keep forgetting. Dude, when he's backed into a corner, he is vicious. Wow Man says, Destiny is the only gooner who survives till the end. He is the true prophet of Slanesh, unironically. Xena says, I'm pro Second Amendment, but I'd be open to some revisions to the amendment that don't sacrifice your ability for self-defense. Yeah, we could talk about that. We would. Not only can we talk about, we will talk about that. Christian Blair says, and then did a mass shooting. Not sure how many students were killed. I know a dad that was charged and sentenced to 5 to 10 years to allow his son to have access to a rifle even after the son made threats and was visited by the cops, and then did a mass shooting. Not sure how many students were killed. Yeah, I think I remember that from... There was another one in like Wisconsin or Minnesota where the parents knew the kid had a gun, but they didn't do anything about it. And then they texted the kid saying, hey, don't do anything crazy. And then the kid fucking did a mass shooting. And I think they got incarcerated. Gen X says, food shop streamed all night. Doubt she slept. I know because I didn't sleep. Interesting. Anonymous Chatter says, I missed the start of stream. Get well soon, Mrs. Points. Yeah, she's doing good. Destiny is like Lucius. You can try to take him down, but you'll just resurrect when you die. True. Mud Farmer says, that's my problem. The government won't fuck with you as long as you look like me, a white, straight Christian conservative. Yeah, unironically. And I understand how black, Hispanic people, gay people, trans people, Ukrainians, Palestinians, I understand how they would take offense with my statement because they're like, well, they're not leaving me alone. But yeah, that's kind of the point. If you're Palestinian and you're rich, you're an honorary white. If you're an Indian guy or a black guy and you're rich, you're an honorary white. You know, there's a certain amount of money that you make. I think once you get over like 250,000, there's a certain amount of money that you make where you become an honorary white, straight conservative, even if you're gay or black or brown. Anyways, one more shill before we start doing mind maps. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. I parasocially love you, and thank you for being here. Zena says it's insane that someone can say we don't owe the world PEPFAR while Trump is writing blank checks to Israel. True. Christian Blaris, I love all the gun tubers who are focused on this recent mass shooting because the shooter was trans and unhinged. Not just that, but they blamed Brandon Herrera and said vote Brandon Herrera. So Brandon Herrera actually responded. Gen X for $20. Thank you for the super chat, Queen. That narrative about the left hates prayer pisses me off. We hate only prayer as a solution to dead children. Absolutely. But that tweet from Gavin Newsom sucked. Alexandria Vazushu says, if you're poor and white, you're no longer white. True. Yep. TS Phantom, sorry, you guys keep putting interesting chats. So I promise we'll get into the content momentarily. TS Phantom says, hot take, we should do 1 year police enlisting community service. Everyone learns gun training, leadership skills, and community building to charge police from high school bullies to public servants. Well, what's interesting about that is there's something called the Community Service Officer Training Program. And it's basically there's something else. Community service officer is a higher title. That's actually a cop without a gun. There's something just under that my city did, and it's effectively where they train the neighborhood watch. I forget what it is, but it's a really good program. They teach them the basics of investigations. They go through deadly force training. They actually have them do deadly force training with sim rounds. They have them go on patrol. They do ride-alongs. They talk to cops. They talk about how to report. They talk about how to communicate with dispatch, all that kind of stuff. And there's an art to communicating with dispatch. So realistically, I would love that. I don't know if it should be required, but I do think it should be heavily encouraged. Dan Jr. says this channel is a weirdo safe space. Yikes. You're how? Dan Jr.? I'm assuming you're coming from some other dog shit community and you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, but that's okay. That's okay. I'll let you say 1 or 2 more annoying things and then I'll ban you. It's okay. Let's pull up Microsoft Paint and let's do a couple of drawings. File, new. We'll get a few multiple. Passion 40 says, being behind on chat on the subway heading to work and not being able to comment as it'll make no sense to current chat with a life. Well, thank you, Passion 40. I still appreciate you checking in. And thank you for your insightful comment the other day. Let me zoom in on this drawing. Let me do an intro and let's get it going. So, hi guys, my name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and never Trump Republican, and a alt media and online politics commentator. What's interesting about online politics is it often blends with the world of drama, and drama is oftentimes best disclosed as, I guess, like sex. Now, of course, there's like violence drama. Sometimes people will beat the crap out of each other, but let's be real. Oftentimes drama in the Twitch and YouTube political space has more to do with people sleeping with each other or sleeping with the wrong person or whatever, or fighting with the wrong person or dating and then breaking up. And so that's kind of drama, in my opinion, truth be told. But what we're going to do is that there is a massive drama going on that I should be capitalizing off of, but it's actually so repulsive that it's very difficult for me to capitalize on it the way other people are. And so as a result, I'm just going to do a paint stream where I highlight what's going on and I explain it to the best of my ability. And so as a summary, I'm actually going to summarize it first and then I'll do my mind map. So as a summary, Stephen Bonnell II is one of the top 3 YouTube and Twitch streamers in the political space. I would say the top 3 to 5, actually, it might only be 4 in my mind. So it's going to be Destiny first because he started in 2010 and he was the biggest streamer for a really long time. Then it's Hassan Piker, who came out of Destiny's community and became bigger than him, but he's a terrorist apologist and kind of a piece of shit. Then it's Vosh, who is a anarcho-syndicalist or anarcho-communist lefty streamer who has some degenerate aspects about him that we are not relevant to the drama today. We have Asmongold, who is not a politics streamer, but he's a very large streamer who just got into politics and just started sweeping for the Trump admin and Republicanism. And then we probably have Nick Fuentes, who, while he is segregated to Rumble and while he's segregated to Cozy TV, his house website, he has large cultural impact for being segregated away from mainstream platforms. And so I would say those are probably the top 5 streamers. There's other people who are like bigger, who are YouTubers, but these are people who talk extemporaneously to a live audience. And that's why, in my opinion, those are the top 5 streamers in the politics world. And so Steven is, everybody talks about Steven all the time, at least in Twitch and YouTube politics, because he's kind of the progenitor. He's one of the first and one of the largest Twitch and YouTube political streamers. Now, the problem, though, is that with Steven is while he's a liberal, so he's kind of like center left, in my opinion, he has some progressive takes every now and then. He has some social democrat takes every now and then, but he's largely a center left character, is that he's a controversial individual. And what I mean by that is that he likes to tell spicy jokes. He has a hedonist, lifestyle where he engages in sexually promiscuous and risky behavior that has landed him in hot water repeatedly. And that's kind of what sets up the drama today. So what Steven is accused of, if I go back in time, because the truth is that Ethan Klein pulled clips from a Ryan Beard video that documents all of Steven's misbehaviors. However, he didn't talk about all of them. What Steven is guilty of, allegedly, is that when he first started streaming in 2010 or 2012, he showed some of his boys nude pictures of a girl that he was flirting with online. And then that got leaked back to the girl. And then the girl leaked Steven's manhood onto the internet. That was one of his first dramas circa 2010, 2012. Then Steven also grabbed, I think it was his girlfriend. I think he was dating Mia Rose at the time. I have no idea. But he got drunk for one of the first times, I think in LA. And he grabbed his girlfriend's boobs on stream. Bad, gross, don't do it, inappropriate, whatever, bad Steven. But at the same time, if you don't, I guess I only have bad things to say after that. But let's just say that if I have a couple of beers and I'm hanging out the wife, I might get a little feisty. Now, I'm not on a live stream, and if my wife tells me to stop, then I'm going to stop. But it's happened, right? I've pinched my wife's butt. Anyways, so those are like the 2 bad behaviors from like the early 2010s. Then I would say circa 2019 to 2020, there's actually like a huge gap where he's not really accused of bad behavior. But 2019 to 2022 is effectively the main timeline that we're dealing with in reference to this drama. And in reference to this drama, the main one where he was accused of bad behavior previously was there was a girl named Anna Voir who was obsessed with Steven, and despite having obvious like mental health issues with obsessive compulsive disorder, and Steven even believing and reiterating multiple times on stream that he believed that she was mentally unwell and a stalker, he continued to engage with her in a flirtatious manner after it was long revealed that that relationship was toxic. That was another obviously bad behavior that Steven engaged in. Well, in 2022, Steven was married in an open marriage with a streamer named Melina. He was also dating the dissident right-wing conservative pundit Lauren Southern, and did not disclose how deep the relationship was to Melina, which is effectively in an open relationship that's cheating. And then finally, he took homemade pornography that he made with at least half a dozen people, and allegedly he spread this around without the consent of the original people. This has sparked a drama that's led to a lawsuit where Steven is now being sued because eventually that stuff got leaked. And it's been revealed, at least within the past week, I don't think it's been confirmed, but Kiwi Farms found out who the pornographic actress was that Steven was interacting with, whose name is Rose. And effectively, through timeline research for who they believe they've identified, it's been revealed that this chick allegedly lied about her age and said that she was 18 and then eventually turned 19, but actually she was 17 turning 18. And so this has led to Steven being accused of being a pedophile. And this was an excuse where there was a 3-way war between Ethan Klein, one of the largest YouTube channels on the internet, Hassan Piker, and Steven, where they were fighting over the Israel-Palestine conflict, and Ethan Klein and Steven were they weren't working together, but they were allies and beating up on Hassan Piker. Well, realistically, Steven's such a controversial figure that when Ethan Klein found out about this drama and the alleged age of one of the people involved, he took that as an opportunity to distance himself from Steven by going at him with both barrels and trying to blast Steven off of the internet through reputational damage. Now, this has exploded, but I think that's kind of a decent summary of what's going on. And I think we need to mind map it so we can kind of show the dynamics and the relationships that I've just discussed. Real quick, though, checking in with chat and quick shill, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat. There's lots of funny, interesting, cool, smart people in there. Watch the VODs, love the VODs, comment on the VODs, and super chats and memberships if you got them. Thank you for flying Counterpoints Airlines. I parasocially love you for being here. Melody says, a year of mandatory service always seems like a cool idea. Sure. Razzles Master says, the clips and comments from Ethan were horrifying, way worse than anything Destiny said, in my opinion. He's no saint either. Well, we're going to check that out. TS Phantom, well, we're not going to check that out. I'm going to describe it. TS Phantom says, I was thinking it should be mandatory, lol. In South Korea, military enlisting is mandatory, and I guess they got used to it. Sure. Affect says, I don't know why, but I love MS Paint streams. I do too. I like making them. Christian Blair says, Vosh came back to X, lol, and was bitching about how many politicians he follows. Yep. Wowman542 says, I truly wonder if 1 out of every 3 BLM protesters was forced to go through that civilian police training to understand the ins and outs of policing. Would the summer of love still happen? Probably not. Christian Blair says, I doubt he's exiting his fortress, though. True. All right. Anyways, scrolling to see if anybody's engaging. Oh, the DDoS kid. Yeah, he threatened to kill a kid in 2011 who was fucking with his stream and preventing him from making money. Hedonic Treadmill says, I remember the kill stream debate on that first drama with Tonka Saw or whatever. Oh yeah, and we'll try to document this. So actually, let's go ahead and do the Twitch and YouTube political dynamics real quick. It's going to take me a second to draw, but I think it'll be worth it just for reference standpoints. So we're going to have 5 streamers that are big, you know what I'm saying? Like 10K plus live viewers, right? And we'll label them left to right. So let's do this as well. Give them a nice little label box, but we're going to have Hassan Piker furthest left. We're going to have Vosh on the libertarian far left. We're going to have Destiny in the center left. We're going to have Asmongold. I would argue, even though he's a Trump simp, that he's like the center right, like more normie streamer. He's still gross and says gross stuff, but I would say, like, if you're like an anti-SJW right-winger from 10 years ago, you're probably watching Asmongold and agreeing with like 70% of what he says. That would be my guess. But anyways, let's get Hassan Piker in here. That is way too big. Let's go down to 22. Hassan. Here we go. Vouch. Let's move it up a little bit. We got Steven. Destiny is his online handle. And we got Asmongold. Sorry, I need to move these things around. But I hope you guys are just vibing. I hope you're just chilling. And then Nick Fuentes. So I would say, arguably, this is like a comfy stream because we're drawing while we're talking. But I would say that Hassan is far left. He's a terrorist apologist. Allegedly hooked up with Paris Jackson when she was 17. Terrorist apologist allegedly hooked up with Paris Jackson when she was 17. Went to a sex brothel in Germany that was accused but not proven to be doing human trafficking. And then what is it? What's another one? Champagne socialist revolutionary. That's how I would describe Hassan Piker. If somebody has any problems with my description, go ahead. But unironically, this is exactly how I would describe Hassan Piker. Then Vosh, I would say far lib left, anarcho-communist. Realistically, Fortress arc, meaning that he doesn't talk to anybody else, which is part of the reason why nobody talks about him as much, despite the fact that he puts up good metrics. Then I would say one of his worst dramas was lolly consumer, but lolly negative. Like, he says that he's lolly negative, but realistically he consumes lolly. Let's be real. Wants to be a horse that hooks up with Japanese teenagers. We can infer that from his lolly consumption. And also sex pested girls early in his career, but let's be real, has not had a real sex drama in years. I would say like the sex drama, like the lolly drama or whatever, was real, and that did hit super hard in 2022 or 23, whenever it happened. It might have been 23, I forget. That did hit hard, but truth be told, I haven't heard a single thing about Vosh being like a sex pest or harassing autistic girls through Discord. I haven't heard any of that in years. So truth be told, like Vosh went from one of the most heavily criticized people in the sex drama sphere to actually relatively being like, oh, I haven't heard anything about him in a while. Maybe he's doing okay. So center, left, liberal. And then we could list the ones that we've done. What did we do? Allegedly. Let's just put allegedly in all caps because we're sweeping a little bit, right? Allegedly. Allegedly leaked sex, well, shared, I think shared for the blue tea drama, shared pics with friends that got back to girl, DDoS kid, then I would say Anne of War drama, then I would say pixie drama, which is sharing consensually produced homemade pornography without consent of original parties. Rose is alleged to have lied about her age. And we, let's be real. There's a traffic ticket associated with a name, associated with a person who's in Texas. We don't know if the traffic ticket is real, but we also have the allegations of Rose's boyfriend who helped her shoot the pornography. And so basically there's allegations about her age that are not proven, but are, let's just say that there's substantive evidence that this could be real. Then, Asmongold. Does anybody have any sex dramas about Asmongold? I don't think I have any sex dramas about Asmongold. Center right, Trump apologist streamer, Nurgle cultist, doesn't take showers for weeks, had a dead rat as an alarm clock where the son would cook a rat carcass to wake him up. I'm not going to talk shit about his mom. His mom died of COPD, but I'm not going to talk shit about his mom. Lives in filth. And I don't think he has any sex dramas. Does anybody have any sex dramas from Asmongold? I'm actually going to scroll and check in with chat while we do this. Matthew Morton says, Kiwi Farmers has done more work in confirming her age than Destiny ever did. I mean, Sam, his biggest crime is living in the postmodern ethos to the fullest. I mean, I agree with that. I don't even know who you're talking about, but I agree that Vosh and Destiny have postmodern morality, but that's okay. Christian Blair says Kiwi farmers are unhinged sycophants that don't have any principles, which is why they are doxing people and are not related to the drama and have abandoned Destiny. Gotcha. Fung Dark says, I think 2 years of mandatory service in the U.S. Armed Forces, excluding combat, unless opted into, could be super based. It could be, but also volunteers drafted people are oftentimes shitty employees. So that's kind of where I want to keep it voluntary. R. Hickernell says the Rose Girl is lying about her age and distributing selling porn on Twitter with her boyfriend seems way worse than Destiny talking to her, thinking she's 18 to 19, in my opinion. Sure, but this is where my sex negativity diverges from DGG apologists, where for a lot of DGG, if she was 18 years old in one day, then they wouldn't even care about this drama, whereas I would still say it's bad. Gen X says, meaning Connor watches Asmon? Lol. Not really. Let's get Hassan Piker in here, said no one ever. True. Alexandru Vazushu says, all five, the failure of modern online political ecospace. At the end of the day, none of them have any real education on these subjects. Listen to the likes of Stephen Kotkin and compare to them. Sure, but they're entertaining, and as a result of their entertainment, they are viable political commentators in alternative media. Sun Patty says, good morning, y'all. My buddy is having his baby today while I have my other friend in town with their baby. I fear I may be next. Base, get pregnant. Gen X is Destiny. You mean the StarCraft streamer? Never heard of her. What do you expect from Asmongold? He does not shower. No wonder why he has stinky political takes. True. Paris Jackson, the pop singer? Yeah. Gen X says, Connor's seen clips. He tried to watch him, but as bored as him trying to cover Fresh and Fit, given he hates me. Yeah, dude. Actually, Asmongold's political commentary genuinely does suck. It's not great. Not great. Machiavellian says, what did I just click into? A walking nightmare. That's kind of funny. Alexander Vazishu says, nobody talks to Vosh because whenever they even try to reach out to him, he starts insulting them, as in not just calling them fascists, he calls them whores and C words. Okay. Connor adding everyone except for Asmongold as a stochastic terrorist at this point. True. Sun Patty says, I'm pretty sure that teenage Japanese girl is actually a 500-year-old dragon sweaty. True. Oh, that's funny. She's actually a 10,000-year-old vampire. Sexual fascist. Brandon Zero says, did you know about the Vosh Poppy drama, nor his Discord stuff? I be real, there's an argument to say that Vosh shit is kind of worse than D if you read those logs, especially his conduct. Sure, but that's like sex-pested girls early in his career, has not had real sex drama in years. That's the Poppy drama, in my opinion. Yeah. Okay. Asmon and sex is like Asmon in a shower. Doesn't happen. Maybe. Alexander Vazushu says Destiny is Slanesh, Asmongold is Nurgle. Who would be Zinchen Korn? Well, I think Nick Fuentes, weirdly enough, he's like gay Korn. Oh man. Okay. This, if somebody was drawing this about me, I know Asmongold is like a different character, and I think he did have a hot girlfriend at one point, but I think she was using him almost exclusively for his money, and pretty much everybody in that situation admitted that she was using him for his money and his clout. But I do think it's funny that effectively everyone in my chat right now, they're like, Asmongold, in order to be involved in a sex drama, would have to have sex, and as a Nurgle cultist, that's just not in the cards for him. That's bananas. That is bananas. TS Phantom says the only drama happening with Asmon is the desert happening south of the border. Okay. Politics should not be entertainment. Well, it is. It's out of the bag. Hi, Ryle Kittenhouse. Good to see you. Connor is the American version of that old Japanese prime minister who kept telling the young people to marry and reproduce. Yeah, I'm Abe. I am Abe. It's true. Any word heard from Roan lately? Kind of worried about that guy? I haven't. Okay, all right. So nobody has any Asmongold sex dramas. So weirdly enough, as a Nurgle cultist, Asmongold has never had a sex drama. So that's actually awesome. That's actually great. All right, so Nick Fuentes. Let's go ahead and get this in here. Dissident right wing. Let's get it back up to 16. The size, not the age. Dissident. right-wing commentator, effectively a Christian nationalist, Nazi apologist, race realist, anti-Zionist. You could actually just say like anti-Semitic slash, I'll put slash Semitic because realistically he is anti-Semitic. Like there will be people who do apologia for his rhetoric saying he's only anti-Zionist, but he is anti-Semitic. He wants to dispossess Jews from public life. Public life, money, relationships, community. He actually just wants to dispossess Jews from like public society. If he could snap his fingers and deport all Jewish people, he would. Nick Fuentes, Nazi apologist, race realist. Okay, asexual. Largely asexual because it is suspected he is secretly, it is suspected he is actually homosexual. Talks about marrying a 16-year-old debt-free, where's a comma? Debt-free, tattoo-less virgin. A Twitter accusation of a homosexual hookup. Best friend and roommate accused him of searching his apartment with a black light. I'll explain that in a second. And then hung out with Catboy Cammy, a Nazi Catboy. I'm trying to think of what else. I think that's really it. There might be attractive, conservative girls have reached out. He denies all of them. There's actually like 2 or 3 girls on Twitter who are attractive conservatives, and he's been like, no. Right? So we got, I think this Hassan graph is accurate. I think Vosh is accurate. I think Destiny is accurate. I think Asmongold is accurate. I think Nick Fuentes is accurate. Dissident right-wing commentator, Christian nationalist, Nazi apologist, yes. Largely asexual because it is suspected he is actually homosexual, yes. Talks about marrying a 16-year-old debt-free, tattoo-less virgin. Weirdly enough, if you go back to the 2022 Destiny drama, where Destiny makes like a pedo joke or whatever, Nick, and there's a clip of this, which was a part of this drama, Nick Fuentes is like, base, this is why we love him. And it's because Nick Fuentes unironically wants to marry a 16-year-old girl who's debt-free with no tattoos. A Twitter accusation of a homosexual hookup. Best friend and roommate accused him of searching his apartment with a black light. So there was this guy, I think his name is Jaden, and he was a part of Nick Fuentes' America First political operation for a long time and was a parallel streamer. And Jaden stopped hanging out with Nick as much, and Nick kind of got jealous of Jaden because he got a girlfriend. And so when Jaden moved out, Nick Fuentes allegedly, according to Jaden, took a black light and searched his apartment looking for signs that he had engaged in premarital sex in order to out his friends or out his friend for having premarital sex. And so this is like an allegation that's like very weird. It's kind of funny, but kind of weird and gross, right? Then early in Nick's career, probably, I don't know, 18, 19, something like that, he did have an IRL hangout with a guy named Catboy Cammy, who is a Nazi, unironically, a National Socialist Hitler apologizing Catboy. It's a guy who goes onto like Omegle and those websites, and like where you jump. Rocket now says, "Car, check your DM. You'll thank me later." Sounds good. I will momentarily. And then, but Catboy Cammy, unironically, loves Hitler, loves Aryanism, wants to be a white segregationist, white nationalist, Holocaust revisionist, but he wears cat ears while debating people on Omegle and live stream platforms. And then several attractive conservative girls have reached out to Nick Fuentes, and he's denied all of them. I think this is accurate. So this is the largest Twitch YouTube poll streamers and their sex dramas. I think that's a decent mind map. Let's get another paint up. Then Ryle DMs me saying, "Here, you should use this app. It's way easier. Oh. You can change the boxes as you go. Arrows auto connect. It's just easier." I'll think about that, Ryle. For now, I'm used to paint, but I'll check this out in my free time and see if it's actually better than paint. So not today, but I will. Not immediately, but I will. Kazrache says, Connor, Asmongold lecturing people about the unhealthy lifestyle is just mind-blowing to me. Does he think he's healthy because he's skinny? Yeah, probably. Alexandra Vizushi says, but smells linger. They're not a light switch. They do not go on and off. Well, I think the allegation, somebody can correct me, but the Asmongold rat alarm clock was that there was a dead rat either in his attic or in his home. I don't know the details. And the sun would rise and it would cook the rat. And then the smell would let him know that it was time to wake up. So that's bananas. How does Nick feel about Blair White? Probably pretty negative. Probably thinks that Blair White is a dude who cosplays as a hot chick, right? Fast and Bulbous says, can we just skip to the part where Fuentes and Dave Smith get eloped? I wish I could. This lore makes me wish I was a 2010 teen dystopian model. True. Sam says Nazi Catboy might be the worst combination I've ever heard. Yeah. It's actually crazy. Beef Supreme says, I don't know. As a gay man myself, I'm just not feeling the gay vibes off of him. I've been wrong before, but, my gaydar is on point. Got you. Gazbaz says, where's the mention of Destiny News? She might be 17, lol. If you have evidence, I'll take a look at it. Spell his name right, you goober. Which one did I spell wrong? Which one did I spell wrong? I don't disagree on the false positive. Straight men have been making weirdness for gayness for a long time now. Sure. Why is that bad faith piece of shit even texting you? Because, we have open DMs even with people who are hostile to us. West Coast Girl says, at some point, can we get a morality map of the harassment mobs? They hide by being nobodies in a swarm, but the deranged, stalking, doxing, cyber, and real-life harassment is actually more abhorrent, in my opinion. Yeah, sure. We could even do that today. Anyways, quick shill before we continue. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. I personally love you for being here, and thank you for watching. Watch the VODs, love the VODs, engage with the VODs. Okay, so now that we have the streamer space kind of highlighted in the worst accusations of each of the people, I think that we need to break down specifically, Destiny. Oh, no. We need to do Hassan versus Ethan Klein versus, and I'll make them bigger too, because Ethan Klein is probably the biggest creator, right? And then versus Destiny, right? I think we'll do that. Excuse me, because this has been the drama for the past, I don't know what, like 2 years. So let's do this again. Text. This is still Hassan. I want that to be 22. 22. Then let's do Ethan Klein. And let's do Destiny. And let's move this more center. Okay, so let's start with the Israeli-Palestine conflict, right? Because I think that's what really kicks off this entire drama. God, I love making mind maps, dude. This is actually so fun. All right, Hassan. So with Hassan, let's get it up to size 16, not age 16, size 16. 16. All right, with Hassan, he, I would say, does apologia for murdered civilian. Oh, hold on. Let's start with the history first. So, used to be Destiny Orbiter, but surpassed him metrically. Went into Fortress Arc before joining Ethan Klein for Leftovers podcast. Tried to stated goal is to radicalize liberals and SocDems into Marxists. And I'll go ahead and put revolutionaries. And then what would be something else? Broke up with Ethan Klein after 10/7 due to not condemning Israeli civilian slaughter and rape. Does anybody have any beef with this? I actually think this is like I think this is fairly accurate. Does anybody have any beef with this? Then all right, then let's do Ethan Klein. What is he? He's got to be like one of the largest podcasters on YouTube, right? How is Ethan Klein ranked on YouTube? Because he's huge, dude. So from a subscriber base, he's top 600,000. Or from views base, he's top 600,000. From subscriber rank, he's top 2,000, which I think is impressive. So maybe I should put he's like top 2,000 YouTube streamers. And this is, I don't even know if this is his biggest thing, right? Because like H3H3 Productions and H3H3 Podcast are even bigger. US ranked 614th, 845th. And then H3H3 Podcast. Podcast clips, podcast videos. I'll just go with that. Like top, should I put like top 1,000? What should I put for Ethan Klein? You guys tell me. Like for me, I would put like top 1,000 YouTube channels on the planet. The cooking rat is quite apt for a Nurgle alarm clock. True. Lowell Rao changed the thumbnail. He still wants to be friends with Connor. You're bad faith, says Rao Kittenhouse. Indeed. All right. Stop being mean to Rao Kittenhouse, okay? Maybe he's redeemable. Maybe he has a soul. Vandal Cabbage says, Ari Shafir is the destiny of the comedy scene for sure. No one gets away with drugging Brett Kreischer and keeps his career. Gazbaz says, that was a huge bomb that former Orbiter J-Stock had in his combo that Destiny knew she might be 17, and if she was, he would be fucked. Yeah, but I think that was Steven saying, like, I don't know if she's 17, but if she is 17, that's the one thing that I can't sweep for. And so, in my opinion, that message just kind of points to the fact that he didn't think that she was 17. So, I don't know. Kev99 says, can we just add J-Stock to the list of sex past sending a girlfriend to a hospital to farm content about that for 3 days is crazy, allegedly? Well, Kev99, no. Because number one, J-Stock is not the size of these creators, so he's just effectively an A-log. So, you know, and I don't say that with malice. I say that just truthfully. He actually just tries to A-log the shit out of Destiny. And then Sex Pass, no. If Sherry was having a mental breakdown where she was threatening suicide, then getting her committed so she doesn't kill suicide is the right move. You guys can hate J-Stock for 10,000 different fucking reasons. Getting Sherry committed is not one of them. It's really not. You guys can say that if you want. If you think differently, that's totally fine. But for me, if you tell me that you're going to commit homicide or suicide, then I'm gonna get you psychiatrically committed so you don't actually commit suicide. Lost Coyote says, please let the scandal be the final nail in the coffin for the HED cycle. It won't be. This is the beginning, bro. HED for 1,000 years. Painter Points reign supreme. Indeed. TS Phantom says, did Pisco support Frogan, Caseytron, and Denims? Destiny said Ethan was more cooked than Pisco's write-ups about them. I don't know. Somebody else tell me. Asmund also wiped his bloody gums on his wall constantly. Ew. Dude, Asmongold is actually straight up Nurgle. Isn't there an actual map for mind maps? Lol. No idea. The detective approach to Twitch and YouTube poll drama. True. Fortress Arc equals scared introverted pussy. True. No TYT mention. Ooh, good point. Good point. Good point. I don't think it's relevant to this drama, so to speak, but it is true that much of Twitch and YouTube's worst offenders in reference to bad dog shit content started as TYT contributors or employees. Like I think Mike from PA worked for TYT. Either that or he worked for the Majority Report. And Majority Report and TYT are kind of like peers. Shank. Let me change it. 16. Shank. Uyghur's nephew. TYT contributor. True. Don't miss that. I bet Ethan is a closet gay man. I don't know. He's been married to Gila for a decade. Alexander Vazushi says, you forgot some things about Hassan's biography. Nepo baby, rich parents, famous uncle, already sort of internet famous before streaming career due to his appearances on TYT. I don't know if I forgot it insofar as it's not really relevant to the drama itself. I know he was bragging about being number 6 or something on YouTube. Interesting. Ethan is a relic of 2010's YouTube when shallow entertainers Smosh, React, PewDiePie, Epic Meal dominated YouTube. He has been trying to remain relevant since then, hopping on any trend he can. Got you. Why would you store her shit if he knew that she might be? Come on, Connor. Well, Gazbaz, I've already fucking said this. The second that it was known or alleged that she was underage, all of that material should have been copied to a hard drive and then given to law enforcement via a lawyer. And Steven should have made a sworn written statement. Now, I'm not $100,000 a year lawyer. I'm not a $100,000 a year lawyer. Where you have to pay $100K to keep me on retainer. I'm a former city cop. So take everything I say with a grain of salt. Christian Blair says, allowing her to remain in the Discord knowing mental health is tough. Sure. Can you please let us hate on the morbid Jew stalker? Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Like he had one of the videos openly in VLC Media Player. He was showing Willie just casually risking spreading CP. Well, it's still an allegation, right? And then not just that, but once again, I've already said like 10, 20, 30, 40 times now. If he has the content, if she's alleged to be underage, and that's illicit material, then it should be put on a hard drive and given to law enforcement through a lawyer. I've said this like 7 times. Grassroots said, they gave us Anna Kasparian, which is such an Adam fan, absolves them 15 years of just pumping demons into the internet. You say that, but Anna Kasparian, while a good-looking girl, is absolutely like an anti-Israel nut job these days. And by the way, hate Israel all you want. I don't give a shit. But she's like dancing Israeli posting. She's actually lost her shit. West Coast Girl says, sure, he just kept her on stream as a secret sex toy from January, though, getting committed, then immediately back after. Well, they might be in love, West Coast Girl. They might be in love. Have you ever thought about that? Have you ever loved a crazy person? I have. Gazbaz says the date she submitted for a traffic ticket or whatever, list date of birth, effectively shown in the video she was sharing with Willie was she was 17. Well, the alleged traffic ticket shows the date of birth of 11/2004, which would make her 17 at the time that the video, some of the videos and some of the pictures were allegedly created. But I also don't know. One of the things that's like mildly suspicious, right? Mildly. And it doesn't change the dynamic. My recommendation is if there's the allegation, put it on the hard drive and turn it into law enforcement. The one thing that's weird for me, though, is the date of birth being a month and a year rather than a day, month, year. But that's not enough for me to say that it's not real. The donor class. This weekend, if you're going to hang out with Steven, make sure to knock some sense into him. The plot armor remark should not make him cocky in any way. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. All right. Rocket now says, don't forget Dulcine also sent Rose items in corrupting a minor as worst regard jail time double when compared to owning up to 3 items of CSAM. Is it? What statute? Sharing pornographic material with a minor? That's interesting. Let me Google that real quick. I wonder if knowingly is an issue with the statute, or I wonder if it's one of those things that's like everybody says like strict liability. strict liability. If you commit the crime, then you're going to jail, regardless of whether or not you knew it was a crime. I don't know. Let's take a look. Sharing pornography with a minor. Florida state statute. This is the one that we already knew. In Florida, sharing pornography with a minor is a serious crime that is prosecuted under several statutes, most notably those related to obscenity, computer pornography, and child exploitation. The specific charges depend on the content. 847.0133 prohibits a person from knowingly selling, giving away, distribute, transmitting, or showing any obscene material to a minor. The problem here is knowingly. That's going to be the problem. Florida says knowingly transmitting CP. Florida makes it a third-degree felony to knowingly. This knowingly thing, you're going to have to knock that down. If you're a Steven hater and you want him to go down or whatever, you're going to have to overcome that knowingly with some kind of evidence. And if you can't, then you might just have to seethe. Anyways, although I'll just bring this up now because people have brought it up. Something that was interesting to me that somebody brought up to me in a Twitter DM recently was he was saying, if this so let's say that we all lived in the same city, you know, my chat, Steven's chat, we all went to the same city. And let's say that you were going to school. Let's say that there was a local elementary school, middle school, high school, right? And one of the adults whose kid went to one of the schools, like so Steven, you know, obviously has a kids in middle school, high school age, right? And then you found out that that person was recently divorced and then had sent lewd messages to somebody who claimed to be 18 or 19, but was actually underage. How would you treat that person? And the answer is actually kind of interesting because for me, if that happened and I didn't know that person and I wasn't friends with that person, then obviously I'm going to be like, oh, idiot, gross, don't do that, right? And then I just would like never talk to that person. Like if we were at PTA meetings, I would never talk to that person, right? Now, when you add in the friend dynamic, I think that complicates the picture. When you add in the knowingly versus unknowingly thing, I think that complicates the picture. When you add in the single versus married thing, that complicates the picture. And so it's something that I just kind of need to swirl around in my brain of, because it's the internet, because we're separated by distance, because we don't have kids to, you know, that go to the same school, am I acting differently? And I think I just need to swirl that around in my brain for a while. But anyways, I'm going to answer a few questions and then I'm going to get back into the mind mapping. West Coast says, if you're actually in love, you don't hide it to benefit your career. Well, they might not have been hiding it to benefit their career. They might have been hiding it because they knew that they would get attacked for J-Stock dating Sherry, despite the fact that Sherry was married, and also despite the fact that not a line of argumentation that J-Stock had used, but a line of argumentation I heard emanate from his community was that since Steven keeps dating BPD girls, at some point he just has to know that he's taking advantage of crazy people, right? Gen X says, I have a JD. What was the question, lol? Also not 100K retainer a year, lawyer though, public servant. Interesting. Charles Burrow says, it's sad that Anna K didn't care about the shit Armenia has been going through for the past 5 years. A couple wars, ethnically cleansed, trying to move away from Russia, etc. Interesting. Okay, so when is he getting arrested? You guys are arguing about the law. Gazbaz says, do you know any lawyers said it should be sent to a lawyer, potentially criminal? Also, YouTuber said, delete, nothing about giving to the cops. Yeah, but if you don't know, this is kind of like Gazbaz addressing you in good faith, because you're not just like, oh, insult. You're actually asking questions, which I appreciate. This would be the equivalent of, let's say that you're walking down the street and you're kind of an idiot, and you see a giant plastic bag of white powder and you're like, oh, somebody must have dropped their baking soda. This is awesome. Free baking soda. And then you take it home. And then your roommate says, hey bro, that's not baking soda. That's cocaine, right? You have two options. You could flush it down the toilet and throw out the bag, at which point you are no longer in possession of the item. Therefore you cannot be held legally accountable for it. That's one option. The other option is calling law enforcement and saying, "Hey, I have a giant white package. I did not think that it was something criminal, but it ended up being something criminal. I want to turn it over to you. Can I please write a sworn written affidavit saying that this isn't mine and turn it over to you?" And law enforcement, there are dumb cops who will just like look at the statute and be like, "Even though you called me because you have the drugs, you're in possession of the drugs, so I'm going to arrest you." There are stupid cops like that. So I understand like why people might not want to interact with law enforcement. But if you meet a cop who has over 95 IQ and you're trying to turn in an illicit item that you did not know was illicit, they're not going to arrest you. They're just going to file a report and turn it into evidence. So that's where for me, I think doing it through an intermediary like a lawyer is probably smarter, because a lawyer should be able to call, because state's attorneys are lawyers, right? So a lawyer should be able to call a state attorney and say, "Hey, one of my clients has illegal material. We want to turn it into law enforcement. Can I come and turn it in?" And then a state attorney will coordinate the turn in so the lawyer doesn't get arrested and the original client doesn't get arrested pending new evidence of actual criminal intent, right? That would be my line of argumentation and thinking. I think I'm a smart cookie, but I'm also just a ex-city cop, right? Beef says, "Nope, Andrew Esquire said that defense can work. It's just not guaranteed. So not knowing is a defense, just not guaranteed." Sure. Gen X says, "We would use the federal statute because they're in different states. In the real world, it also requires knowledge." Got you. Wait, Ryle Kittenhouse, stop being mean to Ryle. Okay? If Ryle's not being mean to you, then you don't be mean to me. Be mean to him. Be reciprocal. If Ryle's not attacking you, then don't attack Ryle. Zero Fuck says, "I bet it can be argued that he knowingly is about the sending, not the age of the recipient." Yep. Be nice. Be nice. Married men corrupting minors is less bad. Nobody said that. We were talking about legality, not morality. If you want me to talk about morality, married men corrupting minors is less bad. Actually, let me go ahead and jump on a grenade so you can use this as an intro clip for your content. Yeah, it is. Wait, less bad or more bad? I think it's more bad, right? Because you would be cheating on your spouse in order to hook up with somebody that's underage. Yeah, that would be more bad, not less bad. There you go. There's a clip. People can freak out about that one. Liaison says, "Watching this on delay, but you Googled to check Ethan. I think you should check Asmund too. They're pretty crazy." What, from a stats numbers? Yeah, I'm sure they're huge. All right. Anyways, we'll get back into it. DJ says, "Is Connor not going to react to Desi's response, or is he just going to do this gay paint thing?" I'm going to do the gay paint thing because the video is actually repulsive. It's actually super gross. And we've already heard all those responses from Destiny. I'm not even not watching it for Destiny's sake. I could watch the first half and be okay. The Ethan Klein segment is actually horrifying. Anyways, let's get into Ethan Klein. So, not physically, rhetorically. Ethan Klein is... Update the size, dummy. All right. Ethan Klein is old school YouTuber. Why does zero keep happening? YouTuber. Let's just put like top 2,000 YouTubers in metrics. One of the top, I think somebody said 6, but I'll put top 10 podcasts. Metric juggernaut. And somebody said holding on to relevance. I'll put that in there. Holding on to relevance through podcast by teaming up with younger talent. Liberal / progressive / social democrat. I actually think that Ethan doesn't know what he is, but I would say that this is an approximation of his politics because he likes the Scandinavian model. He's chill with trans people. He's chill with gay people. He's chill with black people. He's chill with Hispanic people. He might say like crazy, racist, sexist, homophobic shit every now and then, but you know, he doesn't hate people. He just says edgy stuff, right? Then teamed up with Hassan Piker for Leftovers. for social relevance, could not agree that the state of Israel should be destroyed. And then as a result, what would you say? Could not agree that as a result, Leftovers podcast was broken up, has hated, has grown to hate Hassan ever since, released a Hassan nuke, was accused of working with Destiny for the Hassan nuke. This is going to become relevant for the drama in a bit, I promise. Then with Destiny, let's do this. All right. StarCraft 2 streamer transition to politics in StarCraft 2 streamer, and also I think in the early days, 2010 to 2015, I think he was one of like the highest, one of the biggest streamers on Justin TV / Twitch. On Justin TV / Twitch. Transition to politics in 2016. Banned off of Twitch, has rebuilt viewership on YouTube. What else would we put here that's relevant to his career? Because I'm not necessarily talking about sex drama. Oh yeah. Hassan and Vosh were orbiters who slungshot into their own independent careers. Ethan was a fan of Destiny, StarCraft. Destiny has been friendly and hostile to H3 over the years. What else is relevant for Steven? Because I think that's relevant for like the setup of the drama, which I'm then going to draw stuff. B Supreme says, stop self-snitching, you idiots. No, just don't be a piece of shit. Sacred Snow says, watch your tone when you speak about painter points there, buddy. True. Watch your tone. Also, quick chill time. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, watch the VODs, love the VODs, enjoy the VODs. Gen X has donated so far today. Super chats and memberships are always appreciated, never required. But the stream cannot run on unicorn farts and gnome dreams. Melody says, didn't J-Stock criticize Steve for dating women like Sherry, and then he dates that e-girl, basically Eskimo Brothers with Steven? Number one, gross. Eskimo Brothers is a gross word. However, you guys need to understand something. There's no crime in loving a crazy person. Like, listen, I understand that you can like hate J-Stock, like hate J-Stock for all of his many sins, which I am unaware of. However, what people don't like or what they're criticizing is that if you're a promiscuous person and you continually date insane people, you can say, oh yeah, well, I told them what was going on. I said we were just hooking up. I said that it wasn't a big deal. I said that we were just casual. But what happens is crazy people don't really know what they want because they're crazy. And so I think it's different when you casually date crazy people and then ditch them and then they freak the fuck out afterwards versus when you love a crazy person for a long time and you support them in sickness and in health to as long as you both shall live. I think it's different. I think it's fundamentally different because you're not trying to take advantage of the person. You're trying to love the person in perpetuity. And I'm not saying that like J-Stock and Sherry are going to get married, but if they're monogamous, if they're dating for the long term, if they're trying to get together, then I would view that differently compared to J-Stock just like hooking up with her once and then ditching her. I would view it as different. You guys can point to hypocrisy, but I'm not sure if the hypocrisy hits as hard. Wait, in 2025, it might have been fentanyl. For what? What's that reference? Jesus. You guys are crazy. AF Racing says, oh, so women were beating him. Got it, Connor. Makes sense now. Jesus, guys. Play nice. Play nice. Melody says, that's not how being a piece of shit online works. You get shamed, harassed wherever you are seen. Okay, well, we can have a better community than other communities. Christian Blair says, it's not cheating if Destiny and Melina had agreements regarding their relationship. He cheated with Lauren. Yeah, but I think the accusation, Christian Blairis, was that Lauren was allegedly broken up / divorced / separated from her husband. I don't know the timeline, and I'm not going to research it. I don't give a shit. That's up to Lauren and Steven and God, right? However, the accusation is not that Lauren cheated on her husband. Lauren, as far as I know, is a pretty monogamous person who actually values her sexual morality relatively highly. That could be a total fucking lie, but it's something that I've seen reinforced by her multiple times, including where she's dating Steven and then tells Steven, like, hey, I don't think I can date you anymore because I need to be in a monogamous relationship. Anyways, and then I think the quote unquote cheating, which I understand in an open relationship, people find that confusing. However, the cheating is because when you're in an open relationship, you're supposed to consult with your partner, and your partner is supposed to have some degree of veto power over who you liaise with socially and sexually. And so I think the accusation, bear in mind, all alleged, is that Steven minimized his emotional and physical relationship with Lauren so he could continue it. That's the issue. Allegedly. Again. Jew. Don't forget Jew. You guys are crazy. Oh, man. You guys are crazy. Dan connection? What's the Dan connection? He hangs out with Dan Saltman, a Jew? You guys are vicious. So should I put... I don't want to put... Well, actually, you know what? That could be funny. I'm going to put it. Jewish. Okay. No. I'm going to delete that. I'm going to delete that. But for those of you, it's not an indictment to be Jewish. I'm fucking around. Ethan Klein is Jewish. His wife is Israeli. Hassan Piker is Turkish. His family is from Turkey. Destiny is Cuban, but his best friend, or at least what I think is his best friend, Dan Saltman, is Jewish. So some people like to say that the reason why Ethan Klein and Destiny are so sympathetic to the state of Israel is because they're either Jewish, married to a Jew, or friends with a Jewish guy. Beef Supreme says, I'll stand my ground and say what I said. Don't be an idiot and self-snitch. All right, well, you guys do whatever you want to do. That's funny. Grassroots 10 gifted Valor Media Network memberships. What a fucking king. What a king. Hey, yo. Parasocially love you. Thank you kindly. Anonymous chatter for $50. Insert unicorn farts. Okay, I made $150. I'll see you guys later. I'm kidding, but I do love you guys. We're a small community, right? We have 100 to 200 live viewers, depending what we're covering, but Grassroots, Anonymous Chatter, Gen X, Dr. Zayas, Christian Valeris, lots of people really do help out, and Wednesday and today have been most fruitful. So thank you, Anonymous Chatter. Thank you, Grassroots Hegemon. Thank you, Gen X. Thank you to all the people who have routinely contributed to the chat, but also financially to the channel. You are greatly appreciated, and I parasocially love you. Thank you. General So says, isn't Sherry married? Yes, but allegedly they've been on the rocks and on and off and separated and not separated. And then not just that, but I think they had moments of their relationship that are open. But I'm just going to go ahead and tell you, I stand by the fact that I'm one of the most sex negative people on Twitch and YouTube politics. I think that's dumb as fuck, right? I think it's dumb as fuck to have an open marriage. I think it's going to explode on you. So if you're like, friend of the channel, Philip Coffey, who I think he's in a polycule, and I think he has 2 wives / girlfriends. I don't know. But if you guys can figure it out and create your polycule and you live together and you raise your kids together and you're able to date people on the side and you're able to navigate the drama of your life, go for it. Like, I'm not going to send the cops to your house or whatever. And I'm not going to accuse you of, abusing your family because you choose a different lifestyle than I do. However, I'm going to say running one relationship, one monogamous sexual relationship is already hard enough. So if you engage in polyamory, if you engage in open relationships, if you engage in promiscuity, then not only do I think it's going to be tough, I think you might implode your life. So Melody says, so as long as I love the person, I can go against my principles and use that person for my own gains. You guys are being very cynical. Very cynical. It's called love, you idiot. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Lauren is not applying her monogamy values to who she is dating, or else she would not date Destiny. Sure. But I'm going to give her some level of grace because she was getting divorced, and Steven probably was a good friend who could understand the dynamics of streaming and YouTubing and being a political person in a public space and getting divorced and having a kid when you're a conservative, especially at the height of the red pill. I could understand why they would be friends, why they would have Discord calls, why it might get more intimate than either one of them originally planned on. I can see how it would have happened. Christian Lair says, no, I'm saying that Destiny cheated with Lauren based on the agreement he had with Melina, not with Rose. As far as we know, Rose was just meant to be a hookup occasional chatter. Gotcha. Okay. You got to include Jew to bait the Groypers. True. I should have included Jew. But anyways, Destiny's an honorary Jew. All right. Sorry. I'm getting distracted by chat. Chat's being super funny and super generous, so I really do appreciate it. But let's continue. So in reference to the dynamics, Hassan, I would say, accused Ethan. Let's do this. Accused Ethan of sweeping for Israel and doing propaganda for a genocide. Accused Destiny of sweeping for Israel and doing propaganda for a genocide. Sweeps for terror orgs killing civilians. 10 toes down supports Red Sea crisis. I'm trying to think of what else. Does apologia for CCP, Russia, Iran, Hezbollah, Hamas. I mean, I think that's enough, right? PLO. I think that's good. That's fine. Then Ethan Klein says, Hassan. Actually, weirdly enough, sweeps for terror orgs and authoritarian nations. Weaponizes orbiters and community to attack Ethan / Gila / H3H3. I think that's the crux of it, truth be told. I think that's like the main thing. I think that's what the nuke was mostly about. I think the nuke was mostly about how, weaponizes Noah Samson, Bad Empanada, Second Thought, Hakeem, and other Marxist, Leninist, revolutionary freaks to radicalize young people. And participate in gay ops. And participate in gay ops like calling Child Protective Services on Ethan. And what was the other thing that was big? Oh, sending skulls. Sending skulls as death threat to H3 Productions. There we go. Then Destiny. Destiny hates Hassan for everything previously mentioned. And also probably a little spite because he helped jumpstart Hassan's career. Steven doesn't have to agree with that, but I think that people do read in like a certain level of malice. Like you have all these professional political disagreements that are important, and I think that Steven has every right to criticize. And I think that's perfectly valid. As a liberal, I think it's beyond valid to attack Hassan Piker. However, I also think that there's a element of the fact that there's kind of like a personal beef, I guess, where Destiny, I don't know if he feels responsible, but I think he knows that Hassan probably, let's be real, would have been successful with or without Destiny, but Destiny made it easier for him. He rated him in the beginning, he supported him in the beginning, he hung out with him in the beginning, he was open with his clout. I think he gave him some level of like technical assistance with setting up his stream. Steven helped out Hassan a lot at the beginning of his career. So Hassan probably, let's be real, would have made it, but I think Destiny might feel some level of guilt or resentment that he helped start Hassan's career. So that's kind of the social dynamic, and then we'll get into the sex stuff momentarily between Hassan and, or excuse me, between Ethan and Destiny, because it's important. Because this is the crux of the drama. Actually, I think so far we've just been doing setup, but this is about to get crazy and discuss the past 48 hours, which is so repulsive. Some of those clips, I'm not kidding you. Ryle Kittenhouse wanted me to respond to the drama because he wanted somebody, Ryle, I hope you don't mind me sharing this. Somebody watching and responding to the drama who's still friendly with Steven, but not a like a pure sweeper, like a pure apologist. So he wanted that content to engage with. And I was like, okay, yeah, I'm going to create that content. But actually, the jokes, I'm just like doing a little bit of foreshadowing. The jokes that H3 made. Oh, shit. This is the wrong place to put the arrow. Damn. Delete. There we go. I need to put the arrow over here. But the jokes that Ethan Klein made were actually so fucking repulsive that it was unwatchable. Like there were none of those words show up in the Bible. Like truly horrifying shit. I will describe what I saw in sanitized language, but actually like so gross that I did not want to play it on stream. Okay, so let's do this. Let's draw a black line real quick. Why does it have to be black? Then let's bust out the eraser again. And so, in my opinion, you don't have to agree with this if you don't want to, but in my opinion, the hatred for Hassan has been properly earned in both directions. And what I mean by that is Hassan comes by his hatred of Steven genuinely. Hassan comes by his hatred of Ethan Klein genuinely. Ethan comes by his hatred of Hassan genuinely. And then Destiny comes by his hatred of Hassan genuinely. But what happened was, because Hassan was attacking Ethan Klein and attacking Destiny, Destiny and Ethan Klein were viewed it as like a almost impartial alliance against Hassan. And both of them have denied, like they've joked about it, but they've denied this. Destiny said like, oh yeah, I helped Ethan Klein write all of his hit pieces. but he was clearly being sarcastic. And then Ethan Klein, I think, has said like, "Oh yeah, I exchange DMs with Destiny all the time." Blah 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 blah. I don't know if he said that or if he denied that. I forget which one. But effectively, they both alluded to the fact that people have accused Ethan of being boys with Destiny. People have accused Destiny of being boys with Ethan Klein, and they've said that these two have ganged up in order to destroy Hassan. That's the accusation. Well, in my opinion, what's happened is, let's go back to the sex drama real quick, the sex drama mind map. Steven, I hate to say this, but I think it's true. And Steven knows this, right? This drama is a fucking liability. Okay? And it's the same reason why Hassan won't associate it with Vosh, is because if he associates with Vosh and lends him clout, influence, power, money, time, attention, all that stuff, then he's going to have to own the fact that Vosh early in his career sex pested girls and wants to be a horse that hooks up with Japanese teenage girls. If he backs him up, if he platforms him, then he has to take on all of Vosh's bad behavior. And he has to be used to people poo-pooing up his comments in his chat, saying, why are you backing Vosh? Because these are all the bad things that Vosh has done. And then for Ethan Klein, even though he's not really friends with Steven, to my knowledge, he is getting anchored with all of this shit, right? While the blue tea drama isn't that big, I'm sure it's been mentioned in chats and comments before. While the DDoS kid wasn't mentioned in Ethan Klein's piece, I'm sure that the DDoS kid gets brought up. Anavoir, the Pixie lawsuit, the sharing without consent, and Rose's alleged age. This is used as an anchor. All of Destiny's sexual indiscretions get used as an anchor to drag down Ethan Klein, because up until 48 hours ago, the only thing that Ethan Klein has been guilty of is making gross pedophilic jokes. And that's where we're going to go next, where what ended up happening, in my opinion, was after the accusations of them working together, Ethan Klein wanted to build some distance between him and Destiny, particularly when it was alleged that Rose was underage. And so since he wanted to create that distance, in the past week, I would say, he attacked Destiny. So that's where the mind map is going next. And it's going to get rough. And I hope you guys appreciate, like, I know Grassroots is saying, like, or Grassroots and other people, maybe not Zero Fucks, but somebody else was like, this drama's gross. I don't want to talk about, I don't want to be Destiny's dick helicopter. I don't give a shit about this, et cetera, et cetera. I hope you guys still enjoy, since we're not just engaging with the actual gross, like, stuff, like, we're not going into the details and just listening to gross people describe gross things. I hope you actually do appreciate kind of like the Game of Thrones style mapping of the power dynamics of what's going on. Because to me, this is more important than like the specifics of like the gross jokes or the alleged civil offenses or the alleged criminal offenses. This is more important, in my opinion, because power, politics is power, right? It's who gets and wields and maintains power. I think that's what makes politics so interesting. And so alternative media, while it's like the kindergarten, which is probably a bad analogy, but it's like the playground of power. Like, there's actual powerful people who control militaries and control governments and work on legislation and kill people and all that kind of stuff. Twitch and YouTube politics is high school by comparison. It's a daycare for politics. But in my opinion, espousing ideology, trying to reach as many people as possible, gaining money, clout, influence, and power in order to push towards your objectives, that's still politics, right? So anyways, and we're kind of mapping politics. So Hassan, Destiny, Ethan Klein, front stab, because they didn't really backstab each other. They front stabbed each other. Dynamics. All right, so we're good with that one. I think we're good with that one. Checking in with chat real quick because I personally love you before we move into the next paint, which is going to be the most important for the past 48 hours. Short says, I meant Destiny's connection to Ethan is through Dan Saltman. Laugh my ass off. Yeah. Oh, because Dan Saltman and Ethan Klein have communicated. That's funny. That's funny. I went totally anti-Semitic with it. My bad. Grassroots says, you can say Destiny is a Jew, but we gave him the wrong date for the secret Jew meeting. It's actually on Wednesday. West Coast Girl says, it's weird how much Connor will hand wave away since he seemed thoroughly to buy J-Stock's excuse, but I was in love with her. Lol. Well, dude, West Coast Girl, I buy into Steven's excuse that he was in love with Lauren, and that's why he did what he did, right? So if I'm going to buy into the fact that you can do stupid things when you're in love, like, I don't know, betraying your wife who with whom you're in an open relationship in order to fall in love with another woman who is from a completely different political and moral background. If I'm going to extend Steven that much charity, then I'm going to extend J-Stock that much charity. Spiro says, going offline when you hit the Donegal is the Wick TV start. I don't know what that means, but I do remember the word Donnybrook because you said the word Donegal. Oh, going offline when you hit the Donegal is the Wick TV start. Got you. I thought you were saying Donegal, like the Irish city. That's funny. Or Scottish city. I forget where it is, where Donegal is. That is funny. Donnybrook. Donnybrook is a Canadian/Irish word for a fight. Beef Supreme says Destiny is a closeted Jewish man. True. General So says I'm donating in spirit. Well, I appreciate that too. If you're a brokey, then that's totally fine. Doobie says, if you're sex negative, why is my PP Connor positive? I don't know, because I'm one of the least big pieces of shit in the space, in my opinion. Machiavellian says, one of the few negatives for me as a gay man is that people looking for monogamy are rare unless they're older. Yep. Yeah, I'm sorry that your community is slutty. Fast and Bulbous says, poly and monogamy are both degenerate because sex is degenerate. True. Bud123 says, so you're not arrest Mormons for polygamy if you were the emperor. Nope. AF Racing says, yes, you can use your partner for your own gains by bench pressing them. True. Possum Nation says, communists see capitalism the same way monogamists see communism, are slurred. Ooh. Nice. I like it. AKA Batasui says, the Mormons that don't currently are only married to one wife, the others are single mothers. Yeah, I understand. From a legalistic standpoint, that might be true, but I think that Mormons, like, they'll do religious ceremonies where they know that the state won't recognize their polygamist relationship, but they still engage in polygamy. Azrai says, I used to eat my sandwiches with pepper jack cheese. Now I eat them with Carolina Reaper jack cheese. Is this Slaneshi corruption? Yeah. Yep. Absolutely. Alexandra Vazushu said, Hassan did not accuse Ethan for sweeping for Israel. What happened is that he basically refused to denounce genocidal rhetoric when confronted by Ethan in a stream where Ethan cried. Since then, they have just been at each other's throats. Well, since then, Hassan has absolutely accused Ethan of sweeping for Israel. 100%. So, beginning of the chart, Jewish. End of the chart, username, pedo troll. True. Doobie says that's not true. Hassan says Ethan pretends to be anti-Israel while also consistently attacking anyone who criticizes them and minimizing their war crimes. I don't know how that's different from my chart. I don't know if it's big enough of a distinction for me to change my chart. Which is interesting because Ethan seems to, unironically, a Jewish racial supremacist, believe that Jews are inherently smarter than non-Jews due to their breeding. What? Hasn't Ethan probably made Jewish IQ jokes about them being the smartest, which, by the way, is descriptively true, but also called them like a bunch. Wasn't that a pedo troll chart where they had like a bunch of like apes? And it was a joke that I saw, which was it's like Europe, and then it was Israel. And so it was like Europe was the evolution of like monkeys to humans. That was the European chart. And then the bottom one was Israel, and it was like a bunch of pictures of the monkeys and the proto-humans and the humans all mixed together. And overall, I think that was like a racist joke that he was saying that like sub-Saharan Jewish people are like devolved compared to like European or Ashkenazi Jews. However, I think that even the comment above that was like, there should be more monkeys. And I think that what he was saying was that even the European Jews are like genetically dysgenic. Philip Coffey says, I agree most people should go with mono relationships. Most relationships will go from mono to poly. Explode me and my wife entered our poly relationship that way. Yeah. AF Racing says, make a fourth box for why we should care. Nope. This is Twitch and YouTube politics. You shouldn't care. You should, by nature, matter of fact, I'm going to encourage you guys. You could get your entertainment by watching NASCAR. You could get your entertainment by watching sports. You could get your entertainment by watching MMA. You could get your entertainment a half a dozen other ways that are perfectly normie ways to get your entertainment. However, Twitch and YouTube politics scratches the itch of the political nerds who want to constantly talk about highfalutin ideology and then nest it within the drama of personality. And so if you're like, oh, why should we care about any of this? Then you just shouldn't be in Twitch and YouTube politics at all. Doobie says, I really wasn't expecting Ethan to be a race realist. Right. And that's actually where we need to get into the next chart. Philip Coffey says, we also put family and our kid first. Selfish people who only care about themselves will see their lives explode for a bunch of reasons. Poly sure doesn't help in those situations. I can't find myself disagreeing with you. Fashion 40 says, I think Destiny also dislikes that Hassan attacks his character from multiple vectors and also he'd let him live with him for some time, Connor. Gotcha. Doobie says, if you don't believe me, you can probably just find the clip of Ethan talking about this on stream or recently. Jesus. All right. Wrenches. Unless Doobie does something that I object to, do not ban Doobie. Okay. Doobie, in my opinion, while he's wrong on the Red Sea crisis, while he's wrong on Hassan Piker's character, in my opinion, he's at least forwarding arguments and he's not doing personal attacks. So don't ban Doobie. I'll ban Doobie if necessary, but I don't think that we need to ban Doobie. West Coast Girl says that Boston Bomber video was wild. Don't know how he has any female viewers left over that. Jesus, what are we talking about now? Right. So let's go ahead and get into the most recent drama, I suppose, over the past 48 to 72 hours, which is Ethan attacking Destiny and a lot of Destiny bros being like, oh, it's so over. And then Destiny doing a cursory search of Ethan's online history and it actually being some of the most brutal shit that I've ever seen ever. Now it's all jokes, so we need to be clear because I don't want Rao Kittenhouse and the 22. I don't want the whatever. I don't care if it's that size. That's fine. I don't want the Rao Kittenhouses. No, that doesn't look good. I don't like that. Make it bigger. 22. All right, Ethan. Destiny. This is where this shit gets crazy. And by the way, anybody who has not watched the drama, I am saving your soul right now. This is a public service, what I am doing right now, where you do not have to watch the original drama for me to describe it to you. Okay? Because the original content is horrifying. So let's put this here. Let's do I would say, in my opinion, the Rose stuff is the worst, right? Rose drama is the worst drama. Sending homemade corn to a girl who lied about her age without consent of the original parties. This is the worst drama, in my opinion. is allegedly, because we don't have evidence that Steven knew that Rose was the age that she was. This is the worst one, in my opinion. And then I would say after that, it would probably be the Anna Voir drama, which is just Anna Voir was kind of somebody who was, in my opinion, mentally unwell, and Steven continued to interact with her despite the fact that their relationship was toxic for years after it was revealed that their relationship was toxic. And then I would actually say the Sherry, not the Sherry audio drama. I would put the Sherry audio drama where allegedly Steven and Sherry hooked up and Steven audio recorded it, allegedly without Sherry's consent, allegedly. And then that was discovered later. That, in my opinion, is a part of the Rose drama, which is also a part of the Pixie lawsuit, which is also a part of the Sherry accusations. That's the top part. Include all those bad behaviors in the top part. But the Sherry hookup drama, in my opinion, is in line with the Anna Voir drama, where Sherry was kind of known to be a unstable quantity, and Sherry wanted to hook up, and Steven was like, "No, I don't think that's a good idea." Blah 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 blah. But then Sherry was like, "No, I can control myself. Let's hook up. Let's have fun." And then Steven hooked up with her, and then stopped paying attention to her, and then Sherry got suicidal afterwards. So I would actually put this, because this involves real human beings. These I make worse than gross jokes / commentary about jokes / commentary about bathing suits. What was the other one? There was another one. There was like a Maury episode. 15-year-old. There was like a Maury episode where a chick from Maury was like 15 years old, and she's like, "I don't care. I'm gonna get pregnant. I do what I want." It was actually like Eric Cartman South Park shit. And Steven was like, "Yeah, she doesn't look 15 to me, lol." You know, because she despite being emotionally very underdeveloped, this character was very physically developed. Jokes, commentary. What was the other one? The Call of Duty pre-game jokes / commentary. It's basically just gross jokes, right? That's what I would say. I'm actually going to scroll down to chat and see if there's anything that should be kept in the gross jokes commentary thing that's important to highlight individually. And then Melody, weirdly enough, I see this one. I saw Ethan F a child puppet. That's the one. That's like the kind of stuff that I want to call out with the Ethan stuff, because the Ethan stuff is, as far as I know, it's gross jokes and gross commentary. And so we need to keep it relative to the fact that, in my opinion, the Rose drama, the Pixie lawsuit, the Sherry allegation is worse than jokes and commentary. In my opinion, that's just descriptively true, that making gross jokes and gross commentary is not as bad as actually, one, hooking up with mentally ill people after the point at which you know it's bad for you and bad for them. I think that's bad behavior. And then number two, allegedly, not verifying the age of somebody who claims to be overage but ends up not being, allegedly. And then also sharing homemade pornography that you produce with the consent of the original parties, but then shared without their consent. That's worse than jokes and commentary. I think we can agree on that. But let's talk about the nature of those jokes in a minute. Gen X says, no, AKA. I know 3 lawsuits filed at once. What was the other one that he's done? Those aren't serial. It's based on one broad incident. What other thing has he sued people for? Now I'm wondering if it's actually as bad as it sounds or worse. The jokes are bad, bro. The jokes are bad. They are jokes, but they're bad. Doobie says, you are a crypto communist who has no intentions of engaging in serious political discussion. You exist from real to obscure issues. Like I said, if we're going to ban Doobie, I'm going to ban Doobie. Doobie says, I don't watch Ethan's show, but it seems really recent because his whole crew is there. Gotcha. Thanks, AF. I debated saying it. Yeah. Who are the other people? Let's be real. Lack the intellectual honesty and testicular have to engage with me on any political issue, so you ignore what I'm saying and cling to your delusions. Does anybody else believe Doobie is a bad faith actor who only exists to hide his power level? I don't know. You guys fight and chat. Have fun. Posadist? What's a posadist? I don't know what that is. The mapping really does help. It's easy to just dismiss this as drama, but there's a lot of moving pieces. Good. I'm happy I'm helping. Fashion 40 says, I appreciate the mature adult character study you're doing. Good. Because this is very stupid, low stakes drama in some degrees, and in some degrees it involves civil lawsuits and alleged criminal behavior. And then this does affect multi-million-dollar media and political operations. So it's weird because it's this combination of like stupid high school level sexual misconduct, but then it also actually affects multi-million-dollar media companies. Steven is a multi-million-dollar media company. H3 Productions is a multi-million-dollar media company. Hassan Piker is I know we like to think of these people as people, and they are people, but they run multi-million-dollar media companies. And these people do political commentary for hundreds of thousands of young people. Philip Coffey says, don't know why I've not been able to send super chats to Valor for a while. Tuesdays on your channel, it works fine. Do you have a PayPal link? Agree with others. I much prefer the mature analysis. Thank you. I appreciate you. Yeah, let me generate a PayPal real quick, just because I'm going on an adventure this weekend. Why would I search PayPal here? Guys, I'm losing my mind. Yet I have not been getting enough sleep. Taking care of the kids has actually been wiping me out. PayPal.com. Thank you for asking, by the way. Thank you for asking. We do quite well. Let's be real. Thanks to Grassroots Hegemon. But we also do well because you guys are very generous as well. And so I really do appreciate you asking to help. It does mean a lot. PayPal links, Paylink or QR, item names, Counterpoints streams, description, Counterpoints streams. The price will be set by the individual, US dollars, and then build it. Label amount field, whatever works. So if you got $2, donate $2. If you got $5, $10, $20, $50, everything is accepted. Whatever you have is appreciated. And this is my PayPal. I'm linking it in the chat right now. PayPal obviously takes a smaller cut than YouTube. So if part of your objection to doing YouTube memberships or YouTube super chats is that you don't like the fact that YouTube takes a large cut, then that's a easy way for you to support me without YouTube taking a large cut. Anyways, there you go. Thank you for asking, Philip Coffey. I parasocially love you. Lawson Harrison says, send me your Discord. Jesus Christ, guys. Come on. Yo, what's your Discord? Let me copy streamer mode. You guys are distracting from the content. I'm supposed to be talking about sex drama. And you guys are asking how to support me and join the community. It's very, very frustrating that you're genuinely supporting financially and genuinely asking to become a part of my digital community when I'm supposed to be talking about crazy sex drama. All right. Invite people, copy link back to the StreamYard, and here's the Discord link. It's 11:31. That's the last chat that I'm taking a look at. It's 11:50 right now, so I'm about 20 minutes behind. So my apologies if you're unfamiliar with the way stream works. I read all of my chat, and so I tend to be behind on chat. So anyways, my apologies. But you should have a PayPal link. If you want to PayPal me, that's an excellent way to do it. Please remember to like the stream, share it with your friends, engage in chat, super chats, PayPal link, or memberships if you got it. I parasocially love you for being here. Thank you for flying Counterpoints Airlines. I feel like that's a lame and cringe thing to say, but I also think it's funny because I've flown like 2 or 3 times recently, and like I'll fly Southwest or I'll fly Spirit Airlines or I'll fly Delta, and they always do that thing where they're like, we know that there's a variety of airplane carriers that you can fly with, and we want to thank you for flying this airline. And it's like, well, thanks for getting me back on the ground safely and not murdering me. So I feel like it's cringe. I actually feel like it might even be off-putting, but I genuinely do appreciate you guys hanging out. So anyways, let me catch up with chat real quick and see if there's any comments for the jokes. He thinks he's in love, but it makes him kind of nervous to say so. Sure. Fast and Bulba says, if he actually fell in love with Lauren, that's objectively the worst thing Tiny has done. Oh, Fashion 40 says, Connor, Dan also sponsors the button on the H3 show and he runs redact.dev. I knew the redact.dev thing, but I didn't know if they were going to distance themselves. Oh, Beef Supreme says red beard. True. I got to do the red beard. True. I got to do that this weekend. Dan sponsors the button. Got you. Okay. AF Racing says I'm just memeing because I'm so boring. Got you. I do owe you guys a red beard. He explained the race realism thing on his stream. It's not from the pedo troll thing. Gotcha. No, the meme was from the Israel subreddit, and the joke was the Israelis are surrounded by monkeys, in this case, Arabs, Palestinians. I thought that was against Jews. I thought that was against Middle Eastern and North African Jews, but maybe I read it wrong. Watching cockfighting is probably less morally bankrupt of a hobby than watching YouTube drama, but yet I am here. Sorry, Grassroots. I'm sorry I'm punishing you. I get my news from Valor Media Network. Well, that's not good. Don't do that. What a comment to pause on. Yeah, my bad. All right. Anyways, let's go ahead and I'm just going to write down what I know from memory, and then I'm going to catch up with chat because this is actually the crux of the drama. So there was like, I'm not kidding, a 11-year-old, and trust me, this skeeves me out as I write it. So there was an 11-year-old joke, and that was one of the first ones. There was showing his parents Rick and Morty Lolicon. There was defending a 24-year-old who was dating a 17-year-old to Trisha Paytas. And the reason why this one hit particularly hard, I think, as far as showing that Ethan either didn't know what he was talking about or was a hypocrite, was because Trisha Paytas was saying this 24-year-old, who I think was like a streamer or YouTuber, I have no idea, but he was dating a 17-year-old. And somebody explicitly in the video that they were watching asked the 17-year-old, hey, is the 24-year-old good in bed? And then Trisha calls the guy a pedo. And then Ethan is like, oh, he's not a pedo. You know, like he's, you know, he might be doing something morally or ethically objectionable, but he's not a pedo. And he's like, well, I don't want to defend it. But then he kind of defended it too, where he was explaining in detail the 17 years old and 364 days meme to Trisha Paytas, where if you're 17 and 364 days, but then you're 18 years old in 1 minute, then that transition of a human being clearly wasn't that large of a transition. So why are you a pedo one day, but then you're totally normal the next? Now, so that points to, in my opinion, Ethan Klein understanding that Destiny isn't a pedo, but still using it as a weapon to distance himself from Steven, which doesn't feel genuine. Another thing that he did is he used the... People are going to argue about this, but I know that this is descriptively true. Used the JF Gary Epi clip to say Steven was into 15 years old, which is the opposite of the argument. Okay, this one is actually important. So JF Gary Epi is a race realist, geneticist, scientist who's allegedly brilliant and actually worked in high levels of academia. But he's also a Frenchman and an ephebophile and gross. And JF Gary Epi, at some point in his life, I think he's French-Canadian. He found a girl who was deemed by a court to be mentally unfit. I think she was 17. She might have been 19. And convinced her to move out of her parents' house, move in with him, and have a baby within 60 days. And Steven was calling JF Gary Epi a predator who took advantage of the emotional and mental immaturity of a 19-year-old in order to try to get her pregnant and have a baby with somebody who couldn't consent to sex in the first place. And so that's what JF Gary Epi and Steven were fighting about. And what Steven was fighting about with his chat at the time is that a 19-year-old with no life experience is so different. It's so different from a late 30-year-old that it might as well be somebody who is a minor. I agree with that line of argumentation. And if anything, even if I can't legalistically indict Stephen for engaging with what he thought was somebody who was the age of 18, I would use that as a moral criticism. That line of argumentation. Because let's say that Rose was 18 years old, okay? If Rose was 18 years old, but she was already a sex worker who was banging a dozen dudes, who was having her boyfriend shoot pornography with her and was posting that to the internet and selling it, what are the chances that she has a hard drug habit? What are the chances that she comes from a fucked up family? What are the chances that she was abused as a child? What are the chances that she was abused as a teenager? What are the chances that she's engaging in this level of reckless behavior because there's something fucked up going on? And I would say it's probably at like 90%, 99%, that if an 18-year-old becomes a pornographic actress almost immediately, there's something fucked up going on, right? And so the point of that is that, like, well, if you're a 30-year-old man, or in this case, a 34-year-old man, or in the case of the clip, a 28 or 29-year-old man, you know instinctively that an 18-year-old or a 19-year-old is probably going to engage in risky behavior. And you, as the more mature adult, should not take advantage of their lack of maturity. And so what I don't like about the JF Gary Epi clip is effectively Ethan Klein drops the ball so hard that he inverts Stephen's argument into in order to indict Stephen for making a statement that was not made. But not only was that statement not made, Stephen was making the opposite statement. So that was like a Ethan Klein L, in my opinion. What was the other bad stuff? 11-year-old period joke. Talking about a 10 to 12-year-old dating skit in gross, vulgar terms, like actually fucking repulsive. What was another one? I guess we can just roll right into pedo troll stuff, but suffice it to say, yeah, the virtual reality, making pedo jokes / masturbation jokes to a virtual reality audience of actual teenagers and kids. Come on, there was another one. It was right there. It was right there. It wasn't the VR stuff. It wasn't the VR stuff. It'll come back to me, but there was another one there that was super bad. Oh, talking explicitly about prepubescent genitalia. I'm using as sanitized language as I can, because the clips are actually genuinely horrific. Like, I was uncomfortable. I had to stop listening because it was gross. And bear in mind, I am saying these are all jokes. This is all commentary. Okay. Hear me when I say this. Jokes and commentary are not as serious, in my opinion, as the hooking up with crazy people who you know to be crazy and then breaking, and then them getting emotional damage from a result. Making jokes and commentary is not as serious as that. And then also the Rose / Pixie / Sherry allegations from November. That's more serious than making jokes and commentary. But these jokes and commentary are so disgusting. Pedo troll account on Reddit talking about really vulgar fantasies, and it's also like torture, murder, PDF fantasies that are designed as jokes, but actually indicate a pretty fucked up mind, I would say. I think that's good for now, and then I kind of want to check out with this. Oh, no. Ethan's dad. Ethan's dad was 22 or 24 22/24 question mark, dating and having relations with Ethan's 16-year-old mom. And I'll tell you why that's relevant in a moment. I understand how people who hate Destiny might think that's not relevant, but I'll tell you why I think it's relevant momentarily. And then, what was the other one? Ethan's dad openly liking ephemophilic pornography on Twitter / Gila Klein's softcore photos. This is actually like wild to me. I'm sorry, but some of this stuff is actually genuinely crazy to me. So anyways, so Steven, bad guy, right? Sure. This is bad. This is bad. This is bad. Gross. Don't do it. If you're a young person and you're trying to be edgy on the internet, don't do that. And Ethan Klein started it and attacked Steven for this. Okay. He talked about the Rose situation, called him a PDF, inverted the 15-year-old combo, all that stuff. It was actually crazy. Some of the things that Steven joked about, commented on was gross, absolutely gross. However, this thing, everything that Steven was able to hit. Oh, can I invert the direction? Yeah, let me invert the direction. Everything that Steven was able to hit Ethan with was bananas. Just absolutely bananas. So Ethan hit him with what was effectively like a love tap, and then Destiny just pulled all this shit up and just smashed Ethan into the ground. And it's not that technically this stuff is less damning than this stuff, but the sheer volume and how repulsive some of these comments were, I feel like Destiny just stomped the shit out of fucking Ethan Klein in the past 48 hours, to the point that Ethan Klein went into the pedo troll Reddit account and deleted all of the past posts in order to minimize his exposure for all of the gross things that he said 10 to 15 years ago. Actually, in all regards, this is kind of the end of the drama, in my opinion, unless it escalates further. But I do want to check in with chat and like catch up with chat by checking what you guys have been saying for the past 20 minutes or so. And I also want to see what I missed. But holy shit, was this like the craziest 24 hours Uno reverse card that I've seen in recent internet history. Ethan Klein, Destiny, Uno Reverso. Like, it's basically this. And I get it. J-Stock, Queeman, Ryle Kittenhouse, all the Destiny haters, they're not going to agree with me, which is fine. They're going to say, oh, this is obfuscation. Oh, this is obfuscation. Oh, Steven's not really dealing with what he's actually been accused of doing. They're going to say all that stuff. And to some degree, I will agree that it's effectively a whataboutism. That doesn't mean that whataboutism, even though being technically a fallacious argument, that doesn't mean that whataboutism can't be effective. And so, what was it? Call the ambulance, but not for me. I'm going to let this play real quick.
Hey, old man, give me everything.
Call an ambulance! Call an ambulance! But not for me.
That's kind of what happened. So anyways, I'm actually going to go full screen while I catch up with you guys. And then we will move into mind mapping shootings. Maybe we're just going to do mind mapping streams. I'm having a great time. We're more than 100 live viewers. We're talking about something relevant. We've gotten some good super chats, despite the people who are super chatting typically not being the people who enjoy drama most. We avoided all the vulgar, repressive, all the vulgar, disgusting content that should not have been heard by any human being. And yet we've talked about the social dynamics to the point that we kind of understand it. Machiavellian says, is this the Reddit review from Nick DiOrio? No, but yes, in that the pedo troll account was the thing that Ethan Klein was partially accused of, and it was repulsive, like actually genuinely terrifyingly bad. Hedon Treadmill says, Destiny was also clear that these are jokes. He's just holding up a mirror. If you can't cast the first pedo joke stone, best to zip it. Bruh. No, I don't like that. Make it bigger. That's what she said. True. Still defending PDF's file. Sure. DTW Duval. Do you want to come up with any kind of argumentation? I'll show it to you real quick. I'll show it to you. This is what we've drawn today. So assuming that you're here, let's pull up all three of these. This is what I like about doing the mind maps too, is because people can pull up. Like, they can just be like, oh, here's a clip of Connor saying something bad. But then I can show them the mind map. And if they can't argue against the mind map, then they actually don't have a real point. So this is the origin of Hassan Piker. This is all the bad. Oh, hold on. I should do this one first. Sorry. Where's the first one? Here one. All right. Nope, that's not it. Where's the one with 5 different creators? This is the one that I need. Okay. So these are the 5 big creators of Twitch and YouTube politics. This is all of the dramas that they've been accused of. And this is why we care, because these people make hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars, commenting on pop culture, but also in politics. So if you disagree with any of these bullet points, or if you think I omitted a bullet point that should be included, feel free to tell me in the chat. Then, what's the next one? This one is how Destiny and Ethan Klein genuinely came to hate and attack Hassan Piker and vice versa, but then how Ethan Klein came to backstab or sidestab or front stab Destiny in order to create distance. And then this is the accusations of Steven, which we've already described in detail, versus the accusations against Ethan Klein, that while in severity are not as serious, the volume and sheer repulsiveness of them actually hit like a freight truck. So feel free, whoever that was, DTW Duval, feel free to object to any one of my maps and tell me your details. Otherwise, I think you're a dumbass. I personally think the Pixie stuff is morally worse if true. True. Worse than Royal Kittenhouse. Oh, come on, guys. Play nice. Grassroots says $20. I've watched Connor for like 4 years and just now realized that all this bullshit advertisement for Microsoft Paint. True. Kay says, what these content creators are doing to Rose and endangering her today for what happened back then is worse to me because it's motivated by spite and clout chasing. I don't know about that. I think you should still be able to criticize people, but you shouldn't be harassing Rose, obviously. God, you guys are so fucking mean. Doobie says the pedo troll thing just seems like Ethan being an edgelord doesn't seem like there's anything that serious. Sure. Like it's a joke. Obviously, these are all jokes, but the jokes are fucking gross, right? Philip Coffey says, I agree 100 that jokes aren't as bad, but I think Dee's point was how easy it was to turn jokes into ammo for fake accusations. Absolutely. Doobie says, Posadas are the type of communists of valor. They believe in uniting with aliens and dolphins to fight the capitalists. Oh, whoops. Eric Dom says, Connor, looking at your schematics, you probably have the nerdiest approach to tiny D watching I have seen so far. No hate. True, but that's the only way that I can engage with something so repulsive. We should be expecting the red beard next week, right? Yes. Yes. If I do not have a red beard during stream next week, I want you to harass me until I have a red beard. West Coast Girl says, I'm going on an adventure. Just watch out for orcs, Connor, and don't trust any bearded wizards offering you jewelry. Good enough. Thank you. Thimecat says, sex trauma, is it still SA if I don't want to... Whoa. Jesus. August is Destiny's Penis Awareness Month. True. Yeah, send me the last 4 of your social and your CC number. True. Hedonic Treadmill for $10. Been working 24 days straight, so Monday through Friday, the content helps my mental. Thanks, King. Hedonic Treadmill, I live to serve. Thank you kindly. Sacred Snow says it's cringe, but it's dad joke tier, so you get a pass. Appreciate you. Falling in love with the single mom tracks. Yes. Doobie says, yeah, I think the joke with the caveman monkey thing is Jews living with Arabs. Gotcha. All right, so it's anti-Arab racism, not inter-Jewish racism. Gotcha. Silver says, had to pop in to request a comment on that stream title, almost too gross to cover, but not enough to turn you off. Laugh my ass off. True. Got to talk about it. Got to talk about the current hot Twitch and YouTube political drama, even if it's so repulsive you can barely cover it. Was JF wrong about Destiny? I doubt it. What, that he's a degenerate gooner moral frogging about JF? I don't know about what. You could have shortened this explanation by saying he was French. Beef Supreme says JF is a fucking murderer. An alleged murderer, okay? He also, after hanging out with this girl, I didn't even bring this up, JF Gary Epi found another mentally ill woman to hang out with and then hung out with her and then dropped her off at a gas station, which was videotaped by CCTV. But that's the last time that that woman has been seen alive. And JF also has a video about how to decontaminate from biological matter when you go into your own house using a biohazard suit. Now, of course, that was during, I think, either the science arc or the COVID arc. So it could have been in reference to making sure that you don't get exposed to disease. But people pointed out that him understanding how to clean up and dispose of biohazards basically means that he could have murdered Mama JF and gotten away with it and eliminated all the forensic evidence. Kay says JF's wife is also a missing person and some people suspect him. Just saying. Yeah, absolutely. Hadana Trimel says, low thanks, grassroots. Unfortunately, I'm salaried. Otherwise, I would be looking at some sweet overtime. Gotcha. McDevin for $5. Just donating and bouncing. I'll have to watch the VOD tonight. Don't forget to like the stream. True. Like the stream. Share it with your friends. Engage with chat. Parasocial love for being here. Watch the VODs. Love the VODs. Engage with the VODs. Thank you. Doobie says, let's be real, though. Destiny got with Melina when she was 19 and he was in his 30s. The line has either shifted for him or it wasn't that firm in the first place. I agree, and I think that's a valid criticism. However, I do think, and I understand that people might disagree with me on this or think it's a sweep. I don't think it's a sweep at all. True love conquers all, okay? So if, let's say that you had the most, Melina, perfect example. Melina, by the way, we're not friends or anything, but when Melina has engaged in commentary and social stuff, what she did to Darius was super fucked up. But I have heard her be insightful and intelligent and funny and weird. And so I don't think of Melina as like, ooh, woo, she's this tiny little girl who can't fend for herself. I actually think she's quite a fierce personality. So if they fell in love and stayed together forever and had kids and eventually closed their relationship, I would not have poo-pooed that. I would have said, yeah, good for you. You know, good for you for falling in love, finding somebody who matches your vibe, having kids, working together in order to build a life. I would have been perfectly happy with that. But the fact that eventually Steven imploded that social dynamic sucks. It sucks for everybody. And I'm sure Steven would admit that. Melody says Destiny isn't a good guy, so he would be if he's H enough. Gotcha. Give me 1 second. I need to drink water. I'm about to pass out. I've been talking for like 2 hours. Excuse me. Doobie says, and I think you're leaving out the other thing about the 15-year-old he shared a picture with and said some 15-year-olds are hot on stream. Ethan used that against him too. Well, that was I was trying to reference that with the bikini picture without saying it specifically, but that's what it is. That's what we're talking about. Fatsimo says, it's pretty normal to rearrange your house after a serious relationship breakup. Yeah, sure, but it's worrisome, right? It's scary. Doobie says, I think people were just way more okay with mid-20s and 30s dudes dating teenagers. 10 years ago, 20 years ago, absolutely. Seinfeld was literally picking up his 17-year-old girlfriend from her high school when he was in his 30s. Yeah, let's go ahead and show chat that, okay? Because this was the 90s, right? And I still think Jerry Seinfeld is kind of like an ephebophile, right? Jerry Seinfeld, 17-year-old girlfriend. Let me show you her. What's her name? Her name is Shoshana Lonstein Gruss. So she's a Jewish gal. And then let's go ahead and show you a picture. This is allegedly Jerry Seinfeld hanging out with his he was 38 years old and he was picking her up from high school and she's 17. And here's another picture of her, okay? So, and this was probably, people were probably critical of it, but accepted it as a thing, right? Because she's obviously a pretty girl, but this is fucking bananas that he would date a 17-year-old. And then, obviously, if this girl was like, I hate to do it, but if she was 17 years old, 364 days, in whatever amount of seconds, she could be 39, right? In this picture. She could be 30 in this picture. She could be late 20s in this picture. She's a physically developed person. The criticism doesn't come from the physical development. The criticism comes from the emotional, spiritual, experiential development. He's a 40-year-old man. He has infinitely more life experience than she does. And that's where the predatory accusations step in. Is, are you dating this person because you love them and you want to get married and stay with them forever and have kids? Or are you dating them because you're taking advantage of their youth and inexperience? Anyways. Back to it. Can't wait to see chat to react to those pictures. West Coast says, the best part of yesterday was Steven staring down the camera and going, my community is not going to be destroyed. Very super villainy. True, and he should not get overconfident. Clizzard says, one thing that Steven really does well, stupidly, is make sarcastic jokes, comments, and text, and he's surprised if it's clear or serious trolling. Sure. But if that gets you in trouble, if that gets him in trouble, that's kind of on him for being so fucking stupid. Excuse me. Anonymous says, we need to see you in your full Viking glory next week. Absolutely. So I have, I am traveling on Sunday, but I got paid recently. I don't have a lot of money left because I had to take care of a bunch of stuff, but I do have some money left. And then I'm getting paid again because I have a monthly salary that kicks in on the 1st. So I'm either getting paid that on Friday or I should get paid that on like Monday, Tuesday. I forget the exact timeline, but either way, I should have another check coming in. So I can afford the beard dye and I owe you the beard dye. So I will do the beard dye. Josh Kosh says only one of Ethan and Destiny has admitted to owning CSAM, you retard. Josh Kosh, you're not dealing with my drawings. You're not dealing with my drawings. I've already said the Rose drama and the Anavoir and Sherry hookup dramas are worse than anything Ethan has done. So you're not contending with what's being said because you, sir, are the R slur. Also, Doobie, I, other panelists on Prime Kai Reverie Roundtable, we have all said effectively the same thing, which is once it's alleged that she is underage, then that should be put on a hard drive and turned over to law enforcement via your lawyer, right? So, Josh Kosh, you have not negated a single thing said. Connor knows how to answer all internet arguments very paint. True. True Zealot says way behind. Nothing to comment, just helping the algorithm. Thank you, King. I appreciate you. AF Racing says, I see your point, but have you considered my counter paint? True. True, true, true. Hold on. Let me go back here. That way I don't have to turn my neck in order to look at you. You guys, so I know people want me to look you in your beautiful eyeballs because this is the camera right here. Eventually, I need to buy a monitor and put it right here and buy a monitor right here so I can read the old chat here, read the new chat here, and then look you in your eyeballs while I'm reading chat. So we'll get that done eventually. I can't see the counter paints. Oh, was I not sharing it while I was describing something? Dude, you're actually brain broken if you think the volume of pedo jokes and ever compared to admitting to owning CSAM. Nobody said that, dumbass. Doobie says, it's interesting because Ethan has been claiming Hassan and his community have been harassing and doxing and attacking him for over a year now. All this stuff was already in the H3 Snark Reddit, but Hassan never brought any of it up. Weirdly enough, that might make Hassan a better friend than Steven was. Oh, yes, 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 yes. How to Murder Your Wife for Idiots guides. True. JF Gary Epi, I am like 50-50 on whether or not JF Gary Epi killed his wife. I have no idea. Doobie says, I'm not even judging him for getting with her when she was 19, just pointing out that his argument at the time seems to have been mostly performative. Sure. I agree with you. Listen, from my moral perspective, Steven should be banned from dating anyone under the age of 21. Like, if they're under 21, sorry, get back to me in a few years, right? Like that should be a ban on Steven doing that. Seriously. And I'll be like, why? They're all adults. And I'll be like, because they're experientially immature. Don't take advantage of their immaturity and stupidity. Sabri says, Melina has a type, and that type is collectible boy, and definitely wasn't that. And that's why she's getting the guy she's with right now. I think she likes men who are more delicate. Interesting. Oh, yeah. Doobie says the Good Genes ad lefties were upset about recently was actually a remake of an 80s and 90s ad featuring a 15-year-old Brooke Shields. Yeah. Sabri says, yo, there's a picture of Trump when he was dating some teenager when he was in his 30s. So yeah, that's a thing, dude. Sarah out of pocket pretty easy with women and picking through it. It's okay. Doobie says, so I think we just need to grapple with the fact that older generations were more okay with pedo shit. Well, let's defend Ethan Klein's dad real quick. He's an ephebophile, not a pedophile. Subry Keller says, that's how it's always been, and I don't see that changing as long as men feel entitled to younger women. Younger women are told that young men don't know what they're doing because they don't, which is true. But I would say that, as an example, I have a 4-year or a 5-year age gap between my wife and I. I enlisted in the military. I got out when I was 22. I was going to college when I was 23 and 24. I was dating around when I was 23. I think I met my wife when I was 24, going to be 25. And then effectively there was a 5-year age gap between us, but she was an adult. She was like 19 years old, turning 20. And then also there was like a maturity thing where not only were we a few years apart, but we were both going to college, and we were both supremely interested in each other. That wasn't a one-way street. Paul says, I don't think 30-year-olds can unironically love a 17-year-old. Doesn't set right. Sure. Fast and Bulbous says, Connor getting paid. Now we can afford 2 cans of Folgers. Indeed. What was the Anne of War drama? There was a girl that he was dating who had obsessive compulsive disorder, or he hooked up with her once, and then she kept messaging him over and over again. And sometimes they would be friends and they would exchange flirtatious texts. But she was so OCD that whenever they fought about something, the relationship would implode. And then after their relationship imploded 3 or 4 times, he still kept messaging her, even after kind of accusing her of being a stalker. Josh Kosh says, I just tuned in, missed your previous coverage. Well, maybe you should watch the previous coverage before you make comments. Subry Keller says, and try to incentivize girls to mature way faster. It's like we're producing, trying to get out of market as quickly as possible, and boys are dry age steaks. Jesus. Have you changed your mind on whether Destiny should be on a registry? Seems like it could protect potential victims. No, I haven't changed my mind at all. Nope. Not based off of currently available information. AF says, wow, skipping my comment for Hutch's baldness. Well, comment it again. Maybe I'll read it if it isn't too mean. Okay. Have fun, baby. He wasn't dating them, laugh my ass off. He just messes around, which is more of a young woman's game since they get more serious about settling down near 30. Okay. Still, don't take advantage of people's immaturity. Date maxing. Okay. We're caught up. All right, cool. So AF Racing, if you want to make your shitposty bald comment about Hutch, please do so now. I'll go ahead and read it. I'll go ahead and check my email with my PayPal. Thank you, Philip Coffey. Seriously, thank you for the donation. I greatly appreciate it. You guys help make the world go round. So I parasocially love you guys. And let me go ahead and thank everybody else as well. I know this is like a gross drama, but I feel like we covered it in the most adult way possible. And I promise you, I have saved your souls. If you have not watched Steven's his content, if you haven't watched Ethan's content, if you haven't watched and Nick Diorio's content, don't watch it. Like, if I get something wrong and somebody else tells me, I will update my mind maps or I will update the content. It is some of the grossest shit you've ever heard in your entire life. I actually had to turn off the stream. So I want to thank Gen X for her very large, very kind donation. I want to thank Grassroots Hegemon for his very large, Very generous donation. Anonymous chatter also pulled out the stops, did a crazy big donation. Grassroots with another one. Hedonic Treadmill with a decent super chat. Thank you kindly, sir. And then also McDevitt with the super chat. Thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 separate donors who have all given a substantive amount of cash today. So yeah. I assume Destiny is rich and his lawyers are really good. When he's already done those lawyer things have told him to do. Yep. Gen X says Destiny will never be on the registry. Whoever said that, never mind, whatever. Yeah, it's Josh Kosh. Who should be on a registry if not people who possess CSAM? Josh Kosh says. Well, we've done this before. We'll do it one more time just for Josh Kosh's edification. Let me go ahead and pull up the chart, and then we'll move into the next thing. I promise we'll get off of Destiny's dick watching traffic helicopter. Florida State Sexual Offender Registry offenses. So, are sexual offenders, predators allowed to vote? Who must register? I think this is it. What is a sexual predator? How is a Florida sexual? Okay, so here we go. So, sexual misconduct prohibited. I think this might involve CSAM or molesting kids, kidnapping, false imprisonment, luring and enticing a child, human trafficking, sexual battery, unlawful sexual activity with certain minors. We can open that one. Procuring a person under the age of 18 for prostitution. No, but I understand how you could argue it. Selling or buying of minors into sex trafficking. No. Lewd, lascivious offense committed upon or in the presence of a person less than 16. No. Digital voyeurism. No. Lewd, lascivious offense committed upon or in the presence of an elderly person. No. Sexual performance by a child. No. Protection of minors prohibited certain actions. No. Computer pornography. We can go ahead and open that one. Transmission of CP by electronic device. We can open that one. Transmission of material harmful to minors by minor by electronic device. Maybe. Selling or buying of minors, no. Offenses concerning racketeering, sexual misconduct prohibited, a violation of a similar law from a different jurisdiction. Battery, no. Lascivious battery, lascivious molestation, a violation of a similar statute. So bear in mind, I'm already doing more than most other people. I'm actually looking up the statutes. Sexual activity means gross things. I don't think this one applies. You can send it back to me if you think one does. I'm not going to read these because again, I don't want to. I don't. This is a family show, so I don't want to. I don't want to offend, the wives and children who watch this show. Gross, but no. Gross, but no. Okay, so those don't apply. This is gross, but no. Okay, so that doesn't apply. This one could apply, but we need to. So this involves knowingly, which is the issue again. So some of the stuff you could argue back and forth, but I would trust a lawyer to go for it. But it looks like there's an intention and knowing subsection. Knew or reasonably should have known. Knew or reasonably should have known. Knew or reasonably should have known. Known by the defendant to be. So anyways, so you guys are going to have to overcome that. As far as I can see, the offenses that you would try to hit him with, it has to be known. So you're going to have to prove that. Or you're going to have to come up with any evidence. So, which is fine. Like, honestly, if you come up with evidence where Steven's like, hey, yeah, I knew, lol. I definitely knew. You're missing the federal statutes. Well, go ahead and hit us with the federal statutes, bro. Josh Koss says, I appreciate you looking at this, but frankly, I don't trust your ability to interpret the statutes. Not a knock on you. I don't know the meaning of what you think it does in context. Pretty easy to argue he reasonably should have known she was underage when he told a year ago, but kept the CSAM anyways at Valor. But that's the question, Doobie. So for instance, this is something that you and I have agreed on since the start, but I want to make it clear. So the allegation was from Solo, who was somebody who was actively engaged in taking Steven's messages and leaking them to the internet. And Solo was allegedly Rose's boyfriend who helped her produce the material. And Solo was the one who was alleging that there was something illicit about the nature of the content produced. The reason why that doesn't make sense, or shouldn't have made sense, because Solo might be a fucking idiot, is that if Solo was engaged in helping Rose produce that content and then sell it under false pretenses, then he's guilty. Steven would be guilty of a 3rd-degree felony, and Solo would be guilty of a 2nd-degree felony. Now, I'm not saying one way or the other, right? Like, yeah, I agree with you. Take the material, put it on a hard drive, turn it into your lawyer, have your lawyer turn it into law enforcement. I agree with that assessment of the analysis 100%. However, I'm just saying, like, that, we're using logic when there isn't very much logic. Josh Koss, I think knowing refers to the example having to put it on your computer maliciously. I would feel more comfortable. I have an opinion, but I would rather a lawyer just go into the details. That's what I would prefer. So Solo told him directly that Solo himself was producing and selling with Rose. Right. Officer Nasty says, Solo is 17 years old. Why do you expect Solo to be smart enough? I guess I don't. I don't. But there's no age limitation to the statute. So it doesn't, the criminal statute for the 2nd-degree felony doesn't limit age. And I'm pretty sure that's actually part of the problem with high school. Is that kids are, like, teenagers are producing this stuff and sharing it with each other and then revenge porning each other with it. And then as a result, they're getting hit with statutes for revenge porn CSAM, and it's fucking up their lives. So yeah, I guess you're right. He wouldn't be smart enough. Anyways, let's move on to murder soon. Let's move on to murder. In a moment. I'll let chat catch up for like another 5 minutes, and then realistically I'm going to move on to mass murder because we're a family show. Doobie says it should have been reported then. I agree with you, Doobie. Melody says trying to use blackmail against Steve of talking to a girl while you also have videos of being with an underage girl is wild, so you got to both go to jail. Well, Acoustic says it's stupid seeing H3 subreddit being DGGs are here brigading and making excuses, them also saying he was just being edgy. I don't care about jokes from 10 years ago. Sure, but I do think that jokes are less serious than the alleged stuff by Steven. However, some of those jokes, bro, some of them are only capable of being generated by somebody who's actually thinking about some of the most fucked up shit on the planet, bro. Like, it's the kind of shit that when I was a teenager and I was a 20-year-old, if I was like hanging around the bonfire drinking beer with the boys, I would be saying, if I said any of those things, and I don't think I would have said any of those things, but if I said anything similar, it would have been exclusively so all of my friends would like groan and go, ew, you know, like it's trying to be disgusting to get a rise out of other people. Solo also posted a ton of corn online, and he can't be tracked down. Sure. Flambe. Okay. Anyways, I think that's enough. I think that's enough of the sex drama. We have our drawings. I think we did a good job with the drawings. I think that we handled, like, genuinely, that content is some of the most repulsive content I've ever seen put on the internet. So while Grassroots and AF Racing and a few other people genuinely do not like the sex drama content, I feel like I handled that as responsibly and maturely as I possibly could have. And so as a result, I feel like I split the difference between finding the grossest, most inflammatory drama of the past 24 hours to talk about, while also creating, like, the mature analysis of the social and political dynamics of the situation. Grassroots says, when did it become just fine to do anything at 17.9999 years old and not get held personally accountable? Not to excuse Destiny at all, but he's 17 years old making CP, put his ass in prison. Well, you have to understand that, like, that's not like a cute sentence. That's like 15 years. That's not 1 year. That's not 3 years and a slap on the wrist. That's 15 years. So God Emperor says, so so this case, if Destiny wins, does that kill or do damage to the narrative, or are these separate cases? I don't think it, just being real, because I that's the only thing I know how to do. The only thing I know how to do is tell the truth. In my opinion, if the Pixie case gets dismissed, DGG is going to treat that as a total vindication and validation of Destiny, right? However, what's realistically happening is the civil law that was passed, that Pixie is suing under, was passed in 2022. And so it's my understanding that Steven's legal team is trying to get the case dismissed, not under whether or not the crime was alleged to have occurred. Excuse me. The civil infraction. It's not whether or not the civil infraction occurred. It's whether or not the law was passed before the civil infraction occurred. That's what they're arguing right now to try to get the case dismissed. Now, let's say the case proceeds forward, and then the jury says, well, technically, Steven wasn't the one who leaked it. It was Solo/Rose who leaked it. Therefore, if Pixie wants civil damages, she's entitled to civil damages from Solo and Rose, not from Steven. Then that's another defensive strategy that I think DGG would view as a victory. Where if the case gets dismissed because they don't think that Steven is the primary culprit, but it's actually Solo and Rose, that's another way that DGG/Destiny could win, that they would view as validation. However, I'm just going to share this with you. This is why I think this is all degenerate. This is why I hate all this shit. This is why, for my genuine advice to Steven, and I'll talk to him about it this weekend, is stop fucking around with young chicks, right? Like, as a matter of fact, you should probably just get fucking married or get gelded. You know, that's another option. Just slice your testicles off. That way you don't even have any sexual interest anymore. That's one option. You know, one option is just getting gelded. The second option is finding a woman you love and getting married and then only having relations with that woman. That's the other option. The third option is don't date chicks under the age of 21 or 25. That way you don't get accused of using your clout, money, influence, and power to emotionally abuse and physically abuse young women. So, anyways, Melody says, I'm surprised you covered it at all. Yeah, well, I don't like sweeping, you know. Everybody says that I'm sweeping, but I feel like I'm having a sober, I feel like I have a pretty sober analysis. Josh Kaw says, especially since Destiny himself suspected Rose was a minor initially asking for ID, then walked it back to a photo with her handwriting, Melody. Yeah, but is that going to be sufficient for a conviction? And I don't think it would be. I don't think it would be, because it would be incumbent upon Rose as an individual to not represent. Officer Nasty says, Connor, has Destiny gotten better or worse over the years since you've known him? If worse, why do you think he'll listen to you now? I think because it's arguable, right? It's arguable. So 2022 was the peak of Destiny's drama content, and that's when the Pixie/Rose stuff allegedly happened. And so as a result, from 23 to 25, we don't have very much. But is that because he's doing the same thing on the down low? Or is that because he's genuinely reduced his bad behavior? And I don't want to say, oh yeah, Steven's reduced all his bad behavior. He's not much of a gooner anymore. He barely uses Tinder to hook up with young women. He barely does this. He barely does that, because I don't know. I'm not down in Miami. I'm not. I talked to Steven. You have to understand, like, as one of the few people who's still willing to be nice to him, a lot of people are like, oh, your best friends, your boys, your road dogs. But I talk to Steven on stream once every 3 months. I talk to Steven in person once every month, once every 2 months when we go shooting and do a live stream broadcast. But that's a lot of time that I don't know what he's doing, right? He could be like I make a joke out of it, but it's true. And I think I've joked about this with Steven, where I was like, I don't know what you do when you're done with stream. For all I know, fucking Steven gets done with an 8-hour stream and then he's the Bay Harbor Butcher. He just drives around looking for people that he can wrap in cellophane and stab. I have no idea. You know what I'm saying? I hope he's better. I hope he's better. I hope he's reduced his bad behavior. Sacred Snow says, when you meet with him, just wear a set of gelding tongs on your belt and don't mention it. Oh, man. If he asks you about them, just say, oh, you know, and trail off. Oh, that's funny. Oh, that's funny. What do you think statutory crimes mean? I don't know. Crimes of the state. He is an unrepentant drug addict and sociopath. He has gotten worse over the years. Oh, you guys are so mean. You don't even have hope. He could definitely get better. The questions are just whether he will and what will it take for him to get there. Well, I'm hoping this is the bottom. I hope this is the bottom. Well, QC John says, if the Pixie case gets dismissed and if Destiny still had other vids of her that he released in spite of her, would he be liable for double jeopardy? Yeah. I think it would be a per instance situation. Josh Kosh for $3 says, respect for addressing my harshly worded feedback. That's okay. Josh Kosh, statutory means intent doesn't matter. Sure. But I feel like at this point, I'm tired. We've mapped the situation as best we can. And so I want to let somebody smarter than me who actually took the bar, who actually passed law school, I want them to argue it. I don't want to argue it back and forth. I could tell you what I think, but I'm just tired, so I don't want to do that right now. I don't want to be imprecise in my language. Kev99 says, Connor, you keep saying Destiny to not date people under 20, but you did. Wouldn't trapping a young person into marriage be worse than messing around with young adults? Steven can date a 19-year-old if he's going to marry her and be monogamous with her for the rest of his life. That's fine. What's kind of funny is that we have states where this wouldn't be an issue. Lol, true. The unrepentant part would be why I have no hope. Lol. Well, Grassroots, I agree with that. But I might actually be talking to him specifically about nihilism, hedonism, apology, and the Christian forgiveness cycle. I might actually talk to him either in private or in public about that, because he's had this thing that's actually been kind of fucking annoying to me, where he said apologies don't matter, so only future behaviors matter. And he said that for years, by the way. However, I think that the reason why apologies matter is because it lets the world know that you understand what you did wrong, you feel guilty about it, you are going to attempt to atone, and you're looking for some level of mercy and forgiveness within the Christian forgiveness cycle, which I've drawn up previously. So that's why apologies matter. But I think Steven is right that apologies followed with inaction are worthless. So I agree with that component, but I think he's fundamentally wrong about whether or not apologies can be valuable. Grassroots says, I'm not a Destiny hater. I'm a DGGer for over a decade. He just isn't doing anything to suggest that he's improving. Rob says, to be honest, at this point, I wish him the best, but it's just tiresome to always have these streamer scandals and sex stuff. Just grow up. I mean, you said it. So I probably disconnected from his content about a year ago. Gotcha. All right, let's talk about murder in a moment. Yo says he never apologized, though, and since this all came out, he's become a doxing victim, blaming Rage Cow. I got how You can dislike Steven. Melody says Dr. K's explanation of what a good apology is explains perfectly why you should do it. Gotcha. All right, perfect. All right, guys. I parasocially love you, but Grassroots is very generous. Lots of other people are very generous. AF Racing is a regular. And there's people who genuinely don't like the sex drama stuff. And sex drama stuff is good for metrics, but I don't think it's good for our brains. I don't think it's good for us to be growing as people. I don't think it's good for us to be talking about complex ideas. So I would rather move into murder. So if you still have, which is also bad for your brain, but at least we can talk about something different to change pace. So if you have something else that you want to say about the Destiny thing, there's something that you want me to address, you can do it. But if we could try to change the tempo to moving into shooting, mass shootings, gun control, all that kind of stuff, then I would like to do that. And so I think I'm going to introduce a new segment and move into it. So I need to keep that there. Let's introduce murder. All right. So, hi guys, welcome to Counterpoints. My name is Connor. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd, Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, a never Trump Republican, and I like talking about alternative media and online politics. Something that's happened in the past 48 hours is, maybe 72 hours now, is that there was a mass shooting at a church. Effectively, what happened was a schizophrenic person got an assault rifle, wrote a bunch of stuff on it, alluding to another mass murder, and then made a bunch of schizo political comments on their gun. Then they went to a Catholic church and started shooting into it. I think they wounded around 20 people. I think they killed 2 kids under the age of 12. And so as a result, this has started the gun control discourse again. I don't have a specific map yet, but I'll be building one in my brain. I'll be bouncing back and forth with chat in reference to guns, gun control, mass shootings, policy, all that kind of stuff. And realistically, my chat doesn't like my gun takes all the time. So as a result, we're going to fight about it. So let's go. I'm going to go ahead and pull up my mind maps. For those of you who don't know, I am quickly adopting the name Painter Points because I like to draw what I believe to be true. I know that's upsetting. That is upsetting. I'm going to start right here with the comments and let's go here. So right now, in my opinion, there's 3 things that undergird the right to keep and bear arms on an individual level. Okay. And I'm not even saying this is going to be a good mind map. This might be a terrible mind map, but at least we'll have it mapped. Okay. There's the Second Amendment. There's Federalist 29. There's Federalist 46. Ooh, weirdly enough, there's 2 more things that I think support the private right to keep and bear arms. And it's American history. And what would be the other one? DC versus Heller, right? Okay. So right here, we got the Second Amendment, which I do love that skit from SNL where they're like, what's the second most important thing about the United States of America? And it's whatever that actor is. I forget that actor, but I love him. I think he's so funny. Walton Goggins? Walton Goggins? I think it's Walton Goggins. And he's like, guns. And they're like, yeah, but like, what about guns? And he's like, they're awesome. All right. Federalist 29. And then Federalist 46, which actually kind of say the same thing. But I think that the reason why we hold Federalist 29 and Federalist 46, I think, in high regard for their support of the guns is because they were written by 2 of the founding fathers, right? So that's why we hold it in high regard, because they're contemporaneous historical sources that say that they wanted Americans to have guns. And then American history, and then DC versus Heller. And so what's interesting about this, let me go ahead and select this one. Let's move it over here. Let's move it over here. Let's move it over here. And let's move this over here. So people in chat, you can argue with me about the nature of these. However, This is my understanding of them, and so I actually don't mind if you fight me in chat about this. Okay, so the Second Amendment says, well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. And yes, I said that off the top of my mind. Caps lock. Well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people, and I'm going to put that in bold, people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Okay. And so what's interesting about this is a well-regulated militia. So if we look at contemporaneous, which means at the same time, that's my 14-letter word of the day. If we look at contemporaneous historical sources, then a well-regulated militia means a well-trained militia being necessary to the security of a free state. There's also two components of the militia. There's the organized and unorganized militia. The organized militia, I believe, is the National Guards of the United States. I think the unorganized militia is all males aged 18 to 45 and all females who are with the National Guard. To the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Now, let's say you're some cringe anti-gun person in my chat. Let's say that you're a Commonwealther who doesn't believe in civilian rights to keep and bear weapons. The whole point, the reason why I bolded this second sentence is because it's not the militia that's being granted rights, in which case we could just operate with a National Guard and civilians wouldn't need guns, because the cumulative National Guards of the states could defend against the tyranny of the federal government. However, I don't think that's possible, let alone intended by the Second Amendment. It's also not the militia that's being granted the right to keep and bear arms. It's the people. And so if you're going to fight me that the Second Amendment just means that a well-regulated, meaning controlled by the government militia, which is not a correct interpretation, it's the right of the militia to keep and bear arms. You just don't know how to fucking read. Okay? So that's number one. Then just to show you that I'm not lying, I'm going to pull up the definition of a organized and unorganized militia. Then I'm going to engage with chat, because I'm sure I'm going to trigger chat and chat's going to trigger the fuck out of me today. That's for sure. All right. Boom. 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 Give me some Google. Google Federal Code Militia. Now, when this was put into effect, I have no idea. But the militia of the United States consists of all able-bodied males. And of course, I lost my monitor, which should be coming back momentarily. Lost you again. To buy or not USB cables. I need to buy more, what do you call it? HDMI cables. Really, guys? Really? You can see, but I can't? This is fucking bullshit. This is bullshit. Really? Okay, I got one back. All right, I got two back. All right. Just plug everything in and move it, wiggle it around. All right, let's get you guys back. Your browser has lost connection to your screen share audio. Okay, we should be good. Then that's fine. Then let me pull up. Where is this one? Oh, okay. That it's back there. What? Why can't I? All right. Sorry. Let's do this again. U.S. code militia. All right. So right here, it says the militia of the United States consists of all able-bodied males at least 17 years of age, and except as provided in Section 313 of Title 32, under 45 years of age, who are or who have made a declaration of intention to become citizens of the United States, and of female citizens of the United States who are members of the National Guard. The classes of the militia are the organized militia, which consists of the National Guard and Naval Militia, and the unorganized militia, which consists of the members of the militia who are not members of the National Guard or Naval Militia. So right here, if you want to change who a militia is, you think that civilians shouldn't have guns, you have to eliminate this second clause. You have to legislatively eliminate this second clause, and then you have to use a progressive interpretation of the well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of the free state in order to relegate it to exclusively the militia. So I'm going to go ahead and throw in as a bullet point right here the contemporaneous definition of well-regulated. I'm going to put in what else? The federal code of what a militia is. Those are the supporting arguments for the Second Amendment, saying that the right of the people have to keep and bear arms. I'm going to come into chat and fight you guys because sometimes you guys piss me off. Moving to murder? Yes. Boog says, this is an interesting challenge of online communities. If something like this happened in a community, we know how to deal with it. But because we have now the digital wall, we need new solutions. Interesting. Melody says, yeah, I kind of covered everything. I'm sick of all this pedophile shit. Sure. That was the carrot. Here's the stick. If you want to make a comment about drama, I am timing you out. Oh, that's sweet, Christian Valeris. But let's not lose new commenters. AK Badasui says, if you married someone in Vegas who was lying about their age and it was reasonable to mistake that they were older than 18, you aren't knowingly breaking the law. Yeah, that's another thing too. Age of consent in different states are like 16 and stuff. Like there's different states with different ages of consent. Fast and Bulbous for $5. Thank you kindly. Says, imagine getting shot with a gun that says ninja fart. I know. I would be furious. If someone shoots me with a gun covered in internet memes, I will be pissed off. Rob says, okay, let's rip it. Does any nation have similar degrees of gun ownership to the USA? Do they have the same shooting sprees we have? What variables can we coherently say is responsible? Well, Rob, no. Most countries don't own as many guns as we do. I think we own more guns than anyone else by a factor of like 3, maybe 4. And then I also think that the people who own as many guns that don't have the same levels of shootings, it's like Switzerland, where you get a state-issued assault rifle, which is going to be really funny in a minute when we talk about this. When we talk about 29 and 46, that's actually going to become relevant. Rob says, Painter Points is ridiculous. You only need to change one letter to get Connor Paints. True. It's true. Connor Paints. Boog says, apparently Shooter has been posting this for months and no law enforcement followed up. I thought this was what the FBI was supposed to do. Yeah, but how? When you have VPNs, when you have randomized IP addresses through VPNs, when they're posted to servers that don't track VPNs or track IP addresses, how are you supposed to track that person down? Some schizophrenic said he's going to do a mass shooting sometime in the future. That probably happens 1 million times per day on the internet. Fast and Bulbous says, I'm pro 2A, but I think guns are both gay but cool because they cause harm. Sure. Has anyone confirmed the trans allegations? No. Thoughts on her calling you out? Who's calling me out? Officer Mosty 70. Did you say who earlier? Doobie, I was going to say he threatened you yesterday just for disagreeing. I don't know what you're talking about, bud. Fucking monitors, bro. I didn't do anything. I've done nothing. I'm just sitting here. I haven't touched a cable. My dog hasn't touched a cable. What the fuck? I'm getting fucking owned by my computer, bro. It's just assaulting me. Okay, well, at least we got 2 monitors up. We're still missing a 3rd monitor, but that's okay. That's okay. We can just suffer. So what's interesting about it, let me just make sure that I still have chat. And then if I still have chat, I'm just going to roll with 1 monitor until the other one pops up. Where are you, chat? Where are you? says you're here, but it's pulling you up on a monitor that I can't see. All right, I'm just going to assume that you're there and I'm going to keep talking. How about that? I'll actually be a better streamer when I can't see chat. All right, so let's exit this. Let's talk about paints. All right, so paints. So the whole point is that with Federalist 29, these refer to service in a militia and actually argue that a militia is a replacement / stand-in for a standing army, and it can serve a variety of purposes, including anti-sedition, anti-Native American, anti-rebellion operations in conjunction with the state. And so what's crazy about this is they actually saw the militia as replacing a standing army because a standing army is a threat to the nation. Now, what's interesting about that is you could argue that the standing army, because we have a standing army now, standing army replaces the need for anti-sedition, Native American, rebellion stuff. And so as a result, you don't need a militia. But I think that's where the founding fathers explicitly say that a standing army is a threat to the liberty of the nation. And so as a result, it's kind of like a self-defeating argument. So you can simultaneously argue that the militia is redundant, but then that almost enforces the founding fathers' perspectives on civilians owning weapons. Not just that, apparently there were people who were anti-militia who believed anti-2A arguers believe that the militia was a threat to liberty, and so it shouldn't be codified. Which is funny, because if you look at the Second Amendment, that's probably why, hence why the people were given the right to keep and bear arms, not the militia / federal government. So in my opinion, I don't know how you can arrive at a different conclusion. Like, I understand that texts are capable of being like interpreted multiple ways, but I don't know how you can reinterpret Federalist 46 or 29 from making these inferences. Then, in American history, civilians have carried guns for a really long time. So we got Native American wars. Well, actually, we got settlers, Native American wars, cowboys, more settlers. So again, I don't know how you can argue that these people were serving as a part of a formalized militia when they were traveling and settling the West with privately held weapons. And then same thing, correct me if I'm wrong, but affirmed the individual right to keep and bear arms. And so for me, if you're going to say that Americans don't have any right to keep and bear arms, you have to overcome all of this. You're going to have to repeal or replace DC versus Heller. You're going to have to argue about how American history, throughout American history, why our predecessors were allowed to keep private arms, but we're not. You're going to have to argue why in Federalist 29 and Federalist 46, that the people were arguing that the militia replaced a standing army because a standing army is a threat to liberty. And so the National Guards, quote unquote, could be a prevention to liberty. Then there were critics of the 2A who were saying that even the militias were a threat to liberty. And then therefore the Second Amendment has this phrasing of, The people are the people who have the right to keep and bear arms, not the militias themselves. So for me, this is like a concrete pro 2A legalistic argument. And that's exactly how I'm going to label it. Concrete 2A legalistic argument. But legalism isn't the only way in which we analyze things, right? We also analyze things morally. And so we have a problem here where our citizens are not serving in a militia. They're not part of the, let me go ahead and end Elgato Cam, because I think that's what's blocking me from seeing you guys and bringing you on screen. Task manager. Let's end Elgato camera. What? My task manager is on the wrong screen. Son of a bitch. Oh, I hate this. I hate this with all my power and all my might. Hey, boys. I just want to talk to my boys and my girls. Why can't I hang out with my boys and my girls? Don't switch. We're back up. You guys need to go over here. I need to presenter ad screen. I need to share the screen over here with audio. I need to add that. And then I need to pull up my... I guess I need to open a new window, and I need to open a paint. There we go. All right, cool. All right, scrolling. AF Racing says, or was that another misdirect? No, it's not. Protection of private property too. Agreed. Walton Goggins goggles glasses. Yes, correct. Walter Goggins Google's water goggles. True. Oh, here we go again. If you're going to do pictures, maybe paint them this time instead of Googling. Sure. Thank God LB is here for this one, or I'd have to Minecraft myself if I had to see your 2A takes again. Yep. I was just thinking, who here wants to put up with LB hots to stir things up? True. What was LB's full name again? I don't remember. The major difference between gun ownership in the U.S. and other countries, Switzerland, Czech Republic, is they have licensing and registration and numerous other checks, including mental health. True. Whereas the U.S. only check is a federal background check that wasn't instituted until the 1990s, privilege versus right. Should red flags include trans folks? No, but we'll get into it. Obligatory reminder that my country used to be second in the top 10 of most armed in the U.S., and we've never had a school shooting, so it's not about houses having too much access to guns. Maybe. What's your country? Are you infinitely more sane than us? Rob says, I don't know if this is racist, but it seems like an armed society is a polite society doesn't apply to some inner city in Chicago. I mean, that's just descriptively true. Geek Squad inbound, true. Slanesh is undermining the stream. Indeed, might need to reset the GPU. Maybe. If that happens a million times a day on the internet, sounds like we need AI tools and our FBI personnel to ensure the safety and integrity of our freedoms. Maybe. Starhawks for $2 says, Connor, you have tried consulting with the Omnissiah. Not yet. Federal law enforcement hasn't even digitized 4473s. We could do so much to prevent gun violence with good policy, not simple bans, then do nothing. True. Larry Hutchinson, 10, Valor, Media, Network, Gifted, Memberships. What a fudging king. I have to thank everybody again. Larry, Starhawks, Fast and Bulbous, Josh Kosh, McDevin, Hedonic, Treadmill, Grassroots Hegemon, Anonymous Chatter, Grassroots Hegemon, and Gen X. Holy shit. You guys are too kind. You guys are too kind to me. Seriously, I parasocially love you guys. Seriously, thank you. Larry and Grassroots, I owe you multiple beers. Damn, I'm out of water though. All right. Sam says, isn't the whole point of the Constitution freedom from my tyrannical government? Why wouldn't keeping guns to combat government overreach be the logical conclusion? Well, I mean, I think it is. Webtoon says, apparently Destiny debated a MAGA snarker last night, sent you a DM. You should debate him. Interesting. Yes, you're allowed to have the arms of bears. Connor owned. True. Randy says, cheer Hutch. Connor will thank you in 3 hours when he figures out how to work his monitor setup. Nice. Warren Berger says, yo. What's up? There you are. Fatsimo says, lol. That's the real distinction here. Oh, Lord. Boomer Points needs a permanent IT guy. Yes, I do. Did I miss the return of LB? Nope, she hasn't come back yet. But people were joking about her triggering the fuck out of me. Seriously, guys, thank you for the donations. It means a lot. It genuinely means a lot. Sometimes we have streams where we make, $50, $60, whatever. And I'm like, oh damn, have I fallen off? Am I not able to make good content anymore? Am I a piece of shit? Should I kill myself? And then you guys make it fucking rain the next day, and then I'm like, oh shit, I'm the best. I'm gonna be the world's greatest streamer. I'm gonna be fantastic. I'm gonna be God's gift to streaming. So thank you for keeping me humble. anyways. So let's get into the next thing. So we got a problem, and the problem, I don't know how I can do this. I don't know the best way to do this. I really don't. I'm a think. So maybe a square, maybe circles. I don't know. 330. I'm trying to do a population graph for you guys so I can illustrate it. So copy paste, no, that's not working. How do I do this? Can I select this and then I can copy paste that? I can do that. Hold on, somebody's calling me. Nope, spam. All right, so let's do this because I want you to. I need my chat to be smarter than every other chat on the planet. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Come on, buddy. I'm trying to draw the United States of America in population in a way that makes sense, and I need you to understand that this is it's almost crazy how little violence is actually a part of our lives. I understand that if you live in the hood and somebody gets smoked, you're like, holy shit, that's fucking bananas. I hope that doesn't happen to me, right? That I totally get that. But statistically, we are not conceptualizing violence accurately. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Okay, so I could just copy this and then copy and paste the entire thing. So copy, paste, move it down. Copy, paste, move it down. All right, so this is representative of the population of the United States, and I'll make it accurate in a moment. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Maybe. Yeah. I know how to make this better. Sorry if it's taken me a while to get under wind under my sails, but I promise you it's relevant. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let's go ahead and get this. Let's move this down here. And then let's straight up delete a healthy chunk of this. 10, 20, 30, 330 million. Oh, shit. Fuck that up. That's okay. Control Z. Okay. This is representative of the population of the United States. 330 million people. Okay. And Europe has a substantively reduced homicide rate compared to us. They have 2 per 100,000 where we have 5 per 100,000. Okay. And I want you to understand that these blocks are still 10 million person blocks. Okay. So, yeah, that's right. Because 33 times 10 would be 330, and then each block would be 1 million, right? So these are 10 million person blocks, and I'm going to draw a big one so I can show you exactly what I'm talking about. So if this is 10 million, we have paint. No, I need a calculator. That's what I need. I need a calculator. 5 per 100,000. 5. So 100,000. What is it? 10 million. There's going to be 10 millions in a million. There's going to be 10 tens in there. Fuck, how do I do that? So 5 out of 100,000, 5 times 10 times 10. 500. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58. I can keep going. 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66. Let me get up to 100. 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100. So the whole point of me drawing these guys, and you can imagine that these aren't to scale, but the whole point is that it's almost invisible is how many people die as a result of homicide violence. It's 5 per 100,000. If there's 100,000 people, what's Madison Square Garden? Give me 1 second. Madison, how many people sit in Madison Square Garden? 20,000. Madison Square Garden full. So what you need to do, it would take 5 of these to make 100,000 people. Okay? That means one of these people get fucking murdered. And that's the homicide rate in the United States conceptually. It's a problem. Obviously, we need to do something about it. Obviously, we need law enforcement to intervene. Obviously, we need to police bad neighborhoods. Obviously, we need to control guns, right? But my point to you is that if you could go to Madison Square Garden and one person was going to die, but you would get to see the best show in history. You could see Dave Chappelle at his peak. You could say, you could see, I don't know, the Black Keys or pick a fucking band, right? Pick a hip hop artist. And you knew there was a 1 in 20,000 chance that you would die. By going to the concert, there's a chance that you're going to die. Are you still going to the concert? My answer is yes. And I know it took me a while to build this mind concept on you, but like when you just think about Columbine, when you think about Pulse, when you think about the Boston bombing, when you think about San Bernardino, when you think about Columbine, when you think about all this kind of shit, it can become so overwhelming where eventually you kind of think like, well, I can't go outside. I can't go to the movie theaters. I can't go anywhere because I'm going to get shot. I can't go to church. I can't go to a mall. I can't go to a movie theater. But you have to understand that statistically, criminal violence, homicide violence within the United States is so rare that you could go to Madison Square Garden and one person will die, and that would be the metaphorical equivalent of your chances of being killed by violence. Okay? Checking in with chat because it took me forever to make that point. I'm going to check into the paints getting really abstract. I like it. Cool. AF Racing says, hold shift to make a perfect circle. Gotcha. Cameron Mosley says, I do need to read the Federalist Papers, admittedly, Connor. Read 29 and read 46. Christian Malayer says, it should be stated that the European organized crime, whether street gangs or mafias, have limited access to firearms. Your government just heavily prosecute and prison individuals who are caught. Gotcha. Randy says, are there illustrated versions of the Federalist Papers? No. Although we could make those. AF Racing says, counting paints. True. Not going to lie, he can count way higher than I can. Based. It's okay. You're just focusing on racing. True. Legally speaking, unlawful possession of a firearm by a prohibited person under federal law can result in a mandatory 10-year prison sentence as outlined in 18 U.S. Code. Yes, we already have tough laws. Christian Blair says, fiscal year 2020, 7,000 convictions, 7,500 convictions, 8,000 convictions, 8,000 convictions, 7,500 convictions. So not fucking enough. So if I understand what you're saying, Christian Blair, is that we have laws on the books who already make criminal possession of a firearm a serious crime that is capable of being punished, but the federal government has only picked 8,500 people per year in order to actually incarcerate for said crime. I agree. Kakode says 3,000 IQ. I can feel the atoms shifting around me. Everything is beams of light and vibrations. I am one. Well, fantastic. I haven't lost that many people to chat. And on top of that, I feel like we articulated an important point. So the whole point, though, is that mass shootings do occur. Gang violence is real. And so we do need to deal with these dots. But at no point is this an existential threat to the fabric of the United States of America. Okay? 500 people out of 10 million people dying as the result of homicide is not an existential threat to the fabric of America. All right. So I'm going to save homicide, not an existential threat to US. All right. But it's still a problem. So we need to deal with it. And so what I would say is that progressives and liberals who are anti-gun are focusing on the wrong problem. And what I mean by that is that if you took all of the homicides of the gun violence, we probably have one serious mass shooting per year that kills 20 people, 30 people, whatever. And that's like the main thing that everybody focuses on is the mass shooting. But that is a representation of almost nothing in reference to gun violence, right? For gun violence and homicides, which is normally between 15,000 and 20,000, I'm just going to go ahead and take a guess and say that 2/3 of it is going to be gang related. A remaining 10% to 20% of it is going to be domestic violence. And let's just make it 20%. And then let's just make that mass shootings. And so we, as a country, every time that there's a mass shooting, we're like, oh my God, we have to do something about the gun violence in the United States. Mass shootings. You guys aren't fighting me a whole lot, which is pissing me off. Fight me. Tell me you want to ban all guns. Tell me that you hate guns. Tell me that you want to become Australia. Please fight me. You guys are taking it easy on me. It's very frustrating. Let's change this to proportions of violence. Save as JPEG. Proportions of gun violence. Gun violence. And then I'm going to add in one more thing, which is suicides. We do have more suicides than Europe, but we don't have more suicides than France, which is hilarious. The French actually kill themselves more than Americans do. And then I think there's around 30,000 to 50,000 suicides by firearms. Suicides by firearms. And let's add in accidents as well. Let's add in accidents is probably less than 10%. So for me, each one of these problems has a absolutely different fucking solution. Okay. for suicide by firearms, in my opinion, you're not solving this by getting rid of firearms, because typically suicidal people will find a means to kill themselves, and we're realistically comparable to other developed nations in reference to suicides. So this, for me, I would say the solution. Let's go ahead and put solutions in like green, I guess. Why not blue? Blue is a more pleasant color. For me, the solution for here is like mental health services, finding purpose, building communities. This is the shit that's going to, reduce suicide. And so when liberals or progressives bring up like gun control as a method to prevent suicide, I think it's disingenuous. I really do. For domestic violence, I actually, weirdly enough, I'm probably going to copy all this shit. Mental health services, finding purpose, and building communities. I think that is actually not a panacea, but it's something that can help with domestic violence, is doing that, right? Is mental health services, finding purpose, building communities. That's how you reduce domestic violence, in my opinion. When it comes to accidents, the solution is actually like gun training and knowledge. Where rather than banning guns and getting rid of guns, you actually train the population on knowing more about guns. Then for gang violence, I would say addressing the material conditions and gang culture of working class people. Because let's be real, it's either working class people or poor people who are engaged in gangs and gang violence. Sorry, real quick. And then last one for mass shootings, eliminate hard targets, train first responders, and concealed carry. We can go into mass shootings more, because obviously that's what's kicking off this conversation. And we should, and we will momentarily. But I want to make sure that I'm on like the same page with everyone first. I want to make sure that there aren't any objections to what I've said so far. So, sorry, real quick. Soon you'll be able to see in 3D. True. I guess it depends on the 500 people. Lol. True. Silver says that's total population analysis, but that number changes drastically when you do a racial and sociological and economics analysis. Well, we can talk about how it's disproportionately black people who are murdering the fuck out of each other momentarily. TS Phantom says, I understand keeping a tyrannical government in check, but where is the regulated part in the regulated militia in just owning guns? Shouldn't that warrant mandatory education and restrictions? Based TS Phantom, I'm actually, I'm going to write that down as a question that I need to address. Where is the regulated part, even if you mean trained? That's an excellent question and an excellent point. Big in Gaming says the whole discussion around guns is borked because those who want to regulate guns don't know anything about them and say dumb stuff. So pro-gun people will then reflexively react and say no. Yes. We are going to do GTA 6 before Dems figure out gun policy. What is the time we are living in? True. Severin says, sorry, I'm late, but do you take creatine? Recommend. Apparently, most lifters recommend taking creatine as a part of your protein supplementation process. But I've seen a video that I have not watched, but I have it on my watch later list, where they're actually recommending that you quadruple dose your creatine. So effectively, like if you're recommended 25 grams of creatine per day, take 100, because apparently creatine has some kind of like healing effects. It helps, it helps pump up your muscles with water that then allows your muscles to heal faster. But that advanced healing process allegedly gives you better quality sleep. Whether that's true or not, I have no idea. But it's one of those like doctors who does exercise science. And that's the thumbnail of the video, but I haven't watched the video yet. So my recommendation is watch that video and then take a shitload of creatine. Doobie, being my favorite shit talker because I'm not getting challenged enough by my chat, says, fuck you, we're going to take your boomsticks whether you like it or not. There we go. Warren Berger says, guns are based, though. True. Grassroots says, no, fight me on why I can't get a rocket launcher from a vending machine. Oh, well, we'll talk about that momentarily. Matt Scott says, I'm an Australian who hates guns and thinks they should be banned. Did I do it right? Yes, perfect. Guns are cool. Universal basic weapons. Thinking about getting a Benelli M4. God damn it. You guys we're too closely aligned. I have all the conservatarians. I have all the pro-gun conservatarians and I have all the pro-gun liberals in my chat, so I don't have anybody fighting me. Listen, this is a good problem. It just makes for weaker content, okay? If I have attracted and maintained all of the pro-gun liberals and all of the pro-gun conservatarians, then that's based. Are you against DV felons having guns? Of course. Of course. Gang-related death isn't that high. Mental health is a leading cause of gun-related funerals. I would have to see what stats you're talking about. Most gun violence isn't self-inflicted by listening to Destiny's Sex Life for prolonged periods of time. True. Severin says, do you think felons or violent felons should permanently lose voting rights? Not permanently. I think that you should be able to appeal for your felony conviction to be overturned once you've served your sentence and after you've kind of proven that you're going to reintegrate back into the community. You mean soft targets? What did I say? Yes, you're right. You're right. Let me go ahead and fix that. That's a good point. Thank you. Thank you for catching that. So we need to redo that one and say eliminate. Let's make it blue. Thank you for catching that. I misspelled targets and I wrote eliminate soft targets, train first responders, concealed carry. And so what's funny about this, or not really funny about this, is how does banning AR-15s do anything? Okay? What does banning AR-15s change? And I'm going to make this like a 72. Okay? What does an assault weapons ban change? Exclamation point. And the reason why I'm bringing this up is because there are still mainstream Democratic politicians who keep championing an assault weapons ban, but it's so fucking dumb. And the reason why is because the Virginia Tech shooter used 2 pistols and he killed 32 people, which is one of the deadliest mass shootings in U.S. history. It doesn't increase gun training and knowledge, so less people get hurt by accidents. It doesn't provide mental health services, provide purpose, or help build communities so we can reduce domestic violence and reduce suicide by firearm. And with gangs, number one, they're probably going to ignore the assault weapons ban, but also all they're going to do is change to pistols or change to other styles of weapons. And like 90% of gang violence is conducted with pistols anyways. So what the fuck have you changed? You've maybe reduced some of these by a percentage point. So again, why the fuck is this the Democrats' talking point? I'm serious. This is what pisses me off about Democrats to no end. Like seriously, like I get told by people on Twitter, hey, bro, just like ignore this cringe part of our policy. Ignore this cringe part of our politicians. Ignore this cringe part of our modern politics. But I'm serious. This is the issue, in my opinion, with the Democrats. They pick a symbolic policy that doesn't change dick, and then they rail about it endlessly over and over and over again. And when people are like, your policy isn't going to change dick, so realistically, once that policy doesn't do anything, what are you going to change? And they don't have an answer. That's because we assume that if we give you an inch, you're going to try to take a mile. And this is why the gun debate breaks down. So anyways, let me check in with chat real quick. Grassroots Hegemon, is that why we're sub 100 viewers? Well, we're sub 100 viewers because we're talking about real politics instead of Destiny dick watching. That's our main problem right now. Silver says, stupid autocorrect, that should have been socioeconomic. Sure. I've taken creatine for 7 years. It's supposed to be good for you. Dr. Zaya says, if I was starting a new country from scratch, I would 100% ban guns. But as things are in the US, even stricter legislation will cost too much political capital and Dems shouldn't even bother. Well, we should talk about actual policy momentarily. AF Racing says, I see the militia and the gun ownership as inextricably linked. Just haven't made my mind on what it means in this application. Okay, we'll talk about that. CD SocDem says, it facilitates ATP energy in your cells. You need to load up on the beginning after you're chilled to do the recommended dosage. Interesting. Francois says, man, it seems like the Democrats are too focused on the peripheral meanings being the use of guns and not the causal reasons for why these instances occur in the first place. Yes, they're attacking a symptom, not the disease. Absolutely. And they're not even attacking the worst symptom. AF Racing and Grassroots Hegemon will get along quite famously. AF Racing says, let's talk about universal basic jail. Connor needs to find LB and beg her to come back while holding a boombox. True. No one is fighting you over this because gun ownership is a right. Well, thank you. I'm happy we agree. Christian Blair says, oof, I was about to get mad. Don't call me fucking conservatarian. Okay. Yeah. There's pro-gun liberals here. TS Phantom says, I mean, all I'm saying is that those relying specifically on text of the Constitution, then well-regulated means regulation of some sort, not the Wild West because it's freedom. TS Phantom, you've gotten to the crux of the issue. No, like I wasn't talking shit. I was saying that you cut to the heart of the matter. Where is the regulated part, even if you mean well-trained? That is the heart of the issue. Larry Hutchinson says, violence in races can be broken down into each races kill themselves more than anyone. True, but no offense, Larry Hutchinson, you've given me the most amount of money. African-American homicide rates are, what is it? It's like 5 times any other demographic. Now, you can appeal to history. You can appeal to African-Americans being forced out of the legal economy for the reason why an underclass of gangsters was created within the United States. And I'll agree with you. But I also think that we have to talk about how to fix that, and we can't be dicks about it. So I'm not trying to be racist. I'm not trying to be a piece of shit. I'm trying to say, like, this thing, the gang violence thing, that's going to be infinitely more complex than people want to give it credit for. And actually, I'm going to write down the 4 types of gun issues that we need to address. So we got, I think mass shootings is the craziest one, right? So I'm going to leave that for last. So we got gang violence, we have domestic violence, we have accidents, and we have mass shootings / terrorist attacks, which are really the same thing, because mass shootings are basically like nihilist terrorist attacks. I'll write it anyways. Okay. So Grassroots Hegemon still has me laughing. Good. In my opinion, you should only lose your right to firearms if you commit a violent crime. Sure, but I like ERPOs. Severin says, man, Connor is going to become a paint auteur one of these days. I mean, I kind of already am. Big in Gaming says, unironically, what the Trump admin is doing makes the case for the Second Amendment. I agree. Mad Money Max says, Democrats champion assault weapons ban is just a mask on. I hate the 2A because of ARs and AKs are the most common modern rifle. True. Larry Hutchinson for another $5 says, just look up gun-related violence breakdown by causes. I think suicide counts for 60%. Whole gang violence is in the 30s. Sure. Suicide, but that's where I would say is like suicide is 40,000, 50,000, somewhere in there. So this circle should be bigger. And if this is in the 30s, when you eliminate the suicide by violence thing, then gang violence becomes 60% of homicides. You know what I'm saying? So this is why I don't include suicides within the homicide map, because I think it confuses the numbers. AF Racing said, and as Dominic Toretto says, it doesn't matter if you take an inch or a mile, winning is winning. Christian Blair says, when you were working with PV, did you argue this with progressives? Yes. I know many of them support assault weapons ban and magazine bans. Yes. Doobie says, are you going to watch the Adam Friedland and Richie Torres combo? I haven't finished it and it's beginning to seem pretty tame, but apparently it gets heated. Yeah. Tell me if it's worth it. I was thinking that if I was going to do React content, that was going to be my React content today. Anyways, all right, let's get back to it. But I just wanted to check in with chat and see if there's any contention. I still remember the Prime Kai debate regarding gun ownership violence with you and Fanatic going at it about who has the right to historically resist a tyrannical government. Yeah. Yeah. Fanatic spurred out about you advocating you'd rather die on your feet than live as a slave. Understandably, lol. Yeah, which is so funny coming from an African American. Why would an African American want to live as a slave? Like, what the fuck? Mad Money Max says, most intentional firearm violence is with handguns, so why cry about rifles? Well, because mass shootings are terrifying. The fact that you could be walking around and somebody, just because they're having a bad day, busts out a fucking scary looking assault rifle and starts blasting you is terrifying. You know what I'm saying? All right. Anyways, back to let's go ahead and break this down though, because we're actually going to do like solutions as well. So let's go to black for gang violence. And I promise you that's not due to racism. It's just me trying to describe stuff. So for me, I worked as a cop for 4 years. Okay. I did 3 years on the road. I did a year in the schools, and I did deal with gang violence. And effectively, what's interesting about the gang life cycle, in my opinion, is you actually have 3, maybe 4 stages of the gang life cycle. And you actually have a break off period probably here or here. And then this is where you become a normie again, versus the other gangs, versus the gang violence life cycle. Then let's do this. Okay, so I'm going to get a little racist. I'm going to use a few terms that I learned from the hit HBO TV show, The Wire, but I'm also going to combine that with my actual law enforcement experience. Okay. Hoppers. Okay. Lookouts, burglars, weed dealers. Okay. And this is like the lowest level of gang. Okay. Of like gang member. Why is it? Yeah. Lookouts, burglars, weed dealers. Okay. Here we go. And so what these are these are kids, man. They're 10 years old. Some of them will be as young as 8, but they're realistically like 10 to 13. And what happens in poor communities, I guess, and this probably applies to like rural Appalachian whites as much as it does, predominantly black communities that were segregated 2 generations ago, and they haven't desegregated. But effectively, like this is like where you start. If you're involved in gang activity as an adolescent, you start as like a hopper. So you're a lookout and grasshopper, right? It's a short for grasshopper. You're a lookout. And also the main thing you do is burglaries. So you'll walk around in neighborhoods, you'll walk around in apartment complexes, and you'll try all the door handles. And you'll look for cars that are unopened or that are unlocked, and then you'll steal whatever is in the car. The problem with that is if you steal more than $300 worth of shit, then you're a felon. And so as a result, if you get convicted of a felony, you lose your right to vote already as a 13-year-old, 14-year-old, 12-year-old who's committing these crimes, right? Then what I would say is the next one. I don't know if there's like a technical term, but I would basically say the street level guys. And these are the guys who are dealing weed and coke and running burglary rings. So can I increase this a little bit? 12 maybe. Street level. And these are, let me get rid of the bold. Bold. Weed and coke dealers run the burglary rings, recruit hoppers, manage theft, social media, theft sales. Okay. And what I mean by the street level guys is, so this is the guy who's actually standing on a street corner. And so they're not high up in the gang hierarchy, but they're higher than hoppers, right? And so this is somebody who has decided that, like, the way that you decided to be a mechanical engineer, or you decided to be an electrical engineer, or you decided to be a doctor, or you decided to be a lawyer, or you decided to drive trucks, or you decided to, be a manager at a grocery store, these people actually decided to be criminals. And I'm not kidding. And some of them come from families where every single member of their family is a criminal. Their dad's a criminal, he's incarcerated. Their uncle's a criminal, he's running the street. Their mom's a criminal, she's a routine shoplifter. Their brothers are criminals, their brothers are hoppers. And that's how they get recruited into being a street level guy. And truth be told, this is what patrol deals with the majority of the time. The patrol cops deal with hoppers, and patrol cops deal with street level guys, because the next level up is actually where shit gets super spicy super quick. And so what I would say the next level is a lieutenant. And of course, like, different people are going to have different slang and all that kind of stuff. But a lieutenant, he doesn't even talk to hoppers. He talks exclusively to street level guys. Okay. So he's in charge of street level guys. Street level kicks up profits to lieutenant. Lieutenant kicks up profits to captains. Captains kick up to cartel. All right. And so we had 2 or 3. Oh, and then also they enforce violence. So enforce violence. So what'll happen is, every now and then, hoppers will get into spats over each other. They'll get into fist fights, right? Street level guys will get into fist fights with other street level guys, right? And sometimes there'll be a beef or a shooting or something like that, where street level guys from one gang come over to another gang and they do street level stuff. Well, what happens is, some of these people will engage in violence, but a lot of these people are just doing it for money. They don't want to go to jail for a murder. They don't want to go to jail for a shooting. They don't want to go to jail for that. And it's actually kind of on a voluntary basis that you commit violence, right? Like, a lot of these dudes, a lot of hoppers and a lot of street level guys, I would say 80 to 90% of them don't commit violence because they don't want to catch the charges associated with violent crimes. So a street level guy might hang out with a lieutenant in order to enforce violence. They might participate in violence. They might participate in a drive-by, but that's not their job. Their job is to support the lieutenant, right? And so the lieutenant is the person who actually enforces violence, where, let's say, like, a hopper is stealing from the stash or isn't kicking up profits properly. He'll beat the shit out of the hopper. Let's say that a street level person isn't kicking up profits correctly, or he's mismanaging something, or he does something wrong. He'll beat the shit out of the street level guy, right? Let's say that a street level guy takes a package, and a package is it's just stolen, right? And the lieutenant finds out that the guy stole the package, right? It'll be effectively his option to either beat the shit out of the guy or kill him, right? He'll either beat him up, and not work with him again, or he'll kill him. And so that kind of goes down to lieutenants. But then if he doesn't kill the guy, then he has to absorb the loss and explain the loss to his captain, right? And so a captain is effectively like a boss. And the bosses, at least in my city, were like, there was only one boss. Okay? That there were nobody else. The lieutenants would not challenge the boss. Because if you challenge this guy, he'll actually just fucking kill you. This dude was in and out of prison all the time, and he always got caught for interacting with the lieutenants, being parts of drug rings, being parts of burglary rings, all that kind of stuff. And so as a result, he would catch serious time. but he was not caught with packages, or he was caught through communications, not through packages. So doesn't touch packages, manages street level guys, not only enforces violence, is expected to commit homicides. And so that's where the captain basically became like the moral enforcement of the street. Was if something goes wrong, if somebody steals a package, if somebody gets out of line, et cetera, they might not beat up a hopper, might not beat up a street level person, but if it goes to homicide, they're the ones committing the homicide. And because they commit homicides, if a lieutenant fucks up, like, dude, we had probably we had 2 or 3 street level guys disappear and end up dead in another city. And I think we had 1 lieutenant die and end up in another city. And every single time people said that it was because they fucked up. They stole a package. They beefed with the wrong person. They talked shit to the wrong person. And everybody said that it was the captain that killed them. The captain basically took them on a fucking ride, killed them in a different city, dumped their body, and then drove back into the city. So that's like where you don't fuck with the captain, basically. And then the final thing I would say is the cartel. And I'm not saying this in a Mexican way. I'm saying this in a drug cartel level, where the drug cartel is effectively responsible for securing drugs. Cartel, let's go ahead and do bold, cartel. And they're responsible for securing a reliable and potent drug, reliable and potent drug source, securing a reliable and potent drug source. Captain touches the packages, they maintain the relationship and reap the profits. And I can't say that this structure is related to every single drug organization that's out there, right? Y'all forgot to check the abandoned houses. No, we found corpses in abandoned houses. There were definitely corpses in abandoned houses. So the point is that, like, this isn't the leadership structure of every gang ever. I'm sure there's like different lieutenant structures, different captain structures, different overlanes of gangs, different physical territory controlled, all that kind of stuff. But effectively, my city was small enough that there was only 1 gang. And so the hoppers are what we dealt with the most, because they were doing the burglaries, they were dealing weed, they were breaking into people's houses, breaking into people's cars. The street level were the people that we dealt with the second most, because we would arrest them for dealing coke and dealing weed on the side of the street. We would deal with them for running the burglary rings and recruit the hoppers, et cetera, et cetera. And then the lieutenants and the captains, we would really only fuck with when something big went down, where effectively we had like a 6-month, 9-month drug sting, where we flipped street level people or flipped a lieutenant and then had them wear videos and wear cameras and wear audio equipment in order to record lieutenants and captains. That's the only way that we ever incarcerated captains and lieutenants, was by flipping street level and flipping lieutenants. And then we almost never got to the cartel. For the cartel, I think you would need like FBI, NSA, drug trafficking unit level technology and tactics in order to arrest anybody at the cartel level. So anyways, the point is that there are 3 jump off points for hoppers, street level lieutenants. Captains never retire. Captains either die in the job or they're permanently incarcerated. And they've done such bad shit that they pretty much can't retire. I've never really, I'm sure they exist, but I've never heard or met a captain who just retired. Okay. And so what'll happen though is people will either see violence that's so horrific, or they will get incarcerated and hate being incarcerated so much that they will say, like I'll put this as like relapsed, I guess. Relapse. And for these people, they can recidivize, but they see violence so bad, they get incarcerated, or they lose so much money because they get through arrest that they quit being a criminal. And so they become they stop and they become like normie working class. And what I mean by that is that you would not be surprised because as a result of being felons, as a result of likely being felons, they start as entry-level employees in restaurant retail and then climb up to manager if they're competent and talk about the good old days. And so this is really like, you have to try to get people to see the error of their ways. You have to introduce them to violence so bad, incarceration so bad, losing money through arrest, that they no longer want to be a criminal because they realize that it's like scary. This world is scary as fuck. And I would never wish this on any of my children, friends, cousins, family members, anyone. This life is fucking scary as fuck. And the reason why is because while there's like a chain of command, there's social dynamics, all that kind of stuff. If you fuck up here, you get killed and no one is trying to give you justice. Nobody gives a fuck about a hopper that gets smoked. Nobody cares about a street level guy that gets smoked. Nobody cares about a lieutenant that gets smoked. Nobody cares about a captain who gets smoked, except for maybe the cartel and other captains. Right? So this is where, for me, trying to get as many people out of this cycle, in my opinion, you're not going to do it through banning guns. Banning guns won't do dick. You have to break the cycle of recruitment and glamorization of the gang lifestyle. Because this is a subculture. Regardless of whether or not you think it's true or not, regardless of whether or not you think like enough people like hip hop music, hip hop music recruits people into this lifestyle. It's true, dude. It's true. I grew up on gangster music. All my friends grew up on gangster music. Shit, everybody in chat probably grew up on gangster music. But the truth is that this isn't just like music to these people. This is a fucking lifestyle. And they either participate in the lifestyle or they're adjacent to the lifestyle, where people in their neighborhood engage in this lifestyle. So, dude, but I stand by the point that banning guns isn't going to do shit. As soon as you ban guns, especially AR-15s and AKs, they're going to shift away to just other tools that allow them to do what they're going to do. And so if you want to reduce gang violence, you have to break the cycle of recruitment and glamorization. So anyways, we're still holding steady as far as viewership goes. So I appreciate you guys coming out here for not talking about Destiny's sex life. But let's say breaking gang violence. And I'm just going to check in with chat real quick. Because I parasocially love you and I want to check you out. Number one, I'm going to thank everybody who's donated today. Gen X, Grassroots, Anonymous Chatter, Grassroots again, Hedonic Treadmill, McDevin, Josh Kosh, Fast and Bulbous, Starhawks, Larry Hutchinson with an insane amount of gifted memberships, competing with Grassroots Hegemon. Appreciate you, buddy. And then Larry Hutchinson. Thank you for your super chat and for your memberships donations. And Cacode, thank you for becoming a member. Seriously appreciated. I will do another paint before we wrap up, but I want to check in and see what you guys are saying. So Doobie says, and their poverty rates are comparable to Asians in the city who make up 1% despite similar population numbers, if I recall. If you're saying that there are legitimate differences between races and cultural groups for participation in gang violence, I think it's just statistically true. Randy says, I was wondering if I should watch that, Doobie. I like Richie a lot, but I never know when Adam is being serious or memeing, and it kind of screws with my head. Gotcha. Christian Blair says, I still remember the Prime Kai debate regarding gun ownership, and I told Fanatic that I would rather die than be a slave. Absolutely. That's how free people stay free, by the way, is by being willing to die. You know, it's like the General Patton quote. You don't win wars by being willing to die for your country. You win wars by making the other dumb bastard die for his. Doobie says, in the beginning of the combo, he keeps mentioning that Richie's life story sounds like a Hallmark movie that Richie really wants to tell. Okay, based. Most intentional firearms violence is with handguns, so again, why cry about rifles? Because it's still a component of it. Fashion 40 says, I'm African-American, we don't want to live as a slave. True. AF Racing says, why would Nick Fuentes want to be dominated sexually by a jacked Hispanic man? Some things we will never know the answers to. True. Mad Money Max says, at this point, we should just buy you a PowerPoint subscription. Maybe, although can you draw in PowerPoint as easily as you can in Paint? I don't know. Christian Lair says, I think Fanatic's contention was that any resistance by black people historically resulted in slaughters and exterminations, and it's unrealistic for the population to resist the government or military, which is a major talking point among anti-gun folks. Well, I would call them pussies. Sam says low-income community plus population density equals crime. True. Christian Lair says not realizing that the full force of the U.S. military was not able to fully control, occupy all of Iraq and Afghanistan. That's the funny thing, is that Cacode says you can give children felonies. Yeah, absolutely. You can 100% hit kids with a felony. And the truth is that once they accumulate enough felonies, their felonies will carry over to when they're an adult. Like, effectively, if you commit a bunch of misdemeanors and some minor felonies, then your shit gets wiped when you turn 18. But if you commit enough felonies that the state is like, fuck this guy, he's going to be a career criminal, you can carry over your felon status from childhood to adulthood. Beef Supreme says, so I'm hearing Donald Trump has revoked Secret Service protection for former Vice President Kamala Harris. Smells fishy. Yeah, he's a piece of shit. I'm not surprised. Christian Lair says, with the U.S. military, not counting the ones that the desert and join the resistance, you're talking about roughly 3 weeks of logistics to fight after that shit starts breaking down, especially if people stop paying taxes, 100%. Beef Supreme and national gun grab would probably look similar to prohibition in the United States while black markets and crime increased. Well, I'm not turning my shit in. I'll tell you that. AF Racing says, yo, this is exactly content I love more of. Insider police and former cop who isn't a fascist piece of shit. Sure. Code says, take notes, chat. We're starting a gang. Yeah, Grassroots Hegemon is one of my captains. That's for sure. And so is Taze. Instead of bandanas, we wear grill aprons. Oh, man. Bill the Butcher is less than Connor the Painter. True. Big in Gaming says, by the way, can we talk about Tucker Carlson becoming a grifting piece of shit? He's now doing 9/11 cover-up conspiracy bullshit. Yeah, what a fucking asshole, dude. No, we checked the houses, AF Racing. We checked the houses. We found some corpses for sure. AF Racing says, reliable and potent drug source 99% of the time equals Central American cartels. Sure. It's disproportionately Hispanic. The drug cartel organizations are disproportionately Hispanic. But I'm saying that the cartel part of it, so the captain that I had in my city was late 20s, early 30s. I think we were actually the same age. So I think we were early 30s. And his hookup was 40 to 50-year-old gangsters who were black, who had gotten out of the game, but now they had the connect. And so effectively, the way that I understood it is hoppers kick up to street kicks up to lieutenants kick up the captain kicks back to the cartel. Now, the captain still has a shitload of cash. The only person making dickloads of cash was the captain, as far as like from street level to lieutenant. Lieutenants made a living. Street level was poor, but they still made a living. And then hoppers didn't make dick, but they're teenagers. They don't have that much expenses. And then captains were raking in cash. They were the ones who were like, when you go, we had a party in our city, and I think it was called like X something. It's called like the experiment or something like that. And all the captains of like Lake County, Florida, and Orange County, they all came in for a massive party in a strip mall. And we actually did have some homicides that night as a result. And during that party, all the captains were driving rented $250,000 cars. Now you're like, hey, Connor, like that's, they're rented. Who gives a shit? They don't have that much money. But I'm talking about like you put down like a $10,000 security deposit and then you put like $2,000 down for the night. And that's just cash, right? They're just like handing the dealerships $12,000 in cash so they can have the car for one night, So AF Racing says in NYC, it's over TikTok political posts. True. Christian Blair says, which is supposedly happening in Mexico now that the U.S. military has SF working with DEA and Mexican SF on the ground. Based. Warren Berger says, do captains continue running the crew while they're in prison? Yes, they do. So their lieutenants will continue to run the crew while the captains are in prison, but the captains are pretty much expected to keep a pulse on what's going on outside through the lieutenants. And then when the captain comes back out, unless he's been replaced and he gets killed or retires, that captain's back in charge. They become normal working class criminals. Yeah, they just do speeding tickets and smoke pot and they do normal shit. Yeah. They do normal shit. They get speeding tickets. They don't wear their seatbelt. They smoke pot. They're not like total fucking jerk off pieces of shit. Warren Berger says, I run in addict circles and I've seen a lot of really bad dudes turn their lives around. Yeah. And we should try to break as many people out of the cycle as possible. Warren Berger says, what's funny, AF Racing says 100% on the music. People be admitting to unsolved murders in songs these days, unironically. Warren Berger says, what's funny is a lot of rappers don't do any of that shit they rap about, but they inspire others to do it. True. There is some crossover, though. AF Racing says $5 for more inside policing streams. This is good shit. Okay, well, we're still going to go. We still have at least one more drawing before we wrap up. CD Sockdam says, but Donald said the fent was coming from Canada. Maybe Chinese cartels are sneaking fentanyl in through the Canadian border. I have no idea. Grasher says, does being a captain mean I get a boat? I want to be a pirate. All right. So you're leaving us, huh? Not yet. Yeah, Fashion 40 says all the captains I knew drove 7 Series and S550s. Well, and that's another thing too, is so status is obviously important. And oftentimes the people will invest in their cars. But what's so funny about the cars, because I was like a young gun and I've only watched Hollywood movies about law enforcement. And so there's this lowrider that drives by and a lieutenant's in it and it reeks of fucking weed. And it's got rims, and the rims, they didn't spin, but they were like the fat rims. They were like, I don't know, 30-inch tires, 40-inch tires. Like seriously, it was like a lifted truck, but instead of being a lifted truck, it was like a Chevy Caprice or like a Lincoln Town Car or something. But anyway, so I smell the weed, and I'm with my sergeant, who's my FTO at the time, and I'm like, hey, I smell weed. That's lieutenant. Let's go pull him over. And he's like, nah. And I was like, why? And I was like, isn't he gonna be carrying shit in the fucking trunk? I mean, like I smell weed, it could be guns, could be trucks, could be whatever. And he's like, no, when they're driving their flashy cars that they actually own, they don't have possession quantities of drugs. And they also don't have firearms when they're being flashed like that, because effectively, they're just driving around, having a good time, smoking weed, doing whatever, and they know that they might get pulled over. So if they have stuff, they're hiding it super well in a secret compartment, and they're also not running drugs in that vehicle. So it's not worth the stop. It's not worth the altercation. It's not worth all the bullshit. When they're running drugs, they're driving rented Nissan Altimas, right? Anyways, still Dre bumping. True. All right, let's do another drawing before we wrap. Remove, add. Let's do one more. So, what did we do? We wrote down gang violence. So let's write down. So for gang violence, you need to eliminate the cycle of recruitment and violence. Banning guns doesn't do dick. So for domestic violence, this is actually going to be really easy. Didn't I have that on my previous drawing? I'm actually just going to say it. I'm not even going to draw it, because reducing domestic violence, in my opinion, is actually really simple. It's the same thing as the suicides. It's mental health services, finding purpose, building communities. That's how you reduce domestic violence. Banning guns is not going to reduce, like banning AR-15s and AK-47s is not going to reduce domestic murders. It's just not. Accidents, gun training, and knowledge. That's where we should get into the training stuff. And then mass shootings. I don't have time to address these, but I really want to address these. So if you guys could hold me honest, we can find some content to relate to, but I think on Monday I want to do accidents and mass shooting terrorist attacks. I think that's what I want to do for Monday as a paint stream related to that topic. And let me delete this. Let me paste that. Let me copy this. And let me move it to the top. I'm good with that. We already did Alex O'Connor flagrant. Let me draw a line here so I know what my topic is on Monday. Remind me on Monday. If you want that content, remind me on Monday. Today's Friday, right? Yeah, it is. Okay. All right. So I'm just checking in with you guys. I'm just checking in with you guys because I parasocially love you. So hold on. Deus Halcyon says 0.1% of the fentanyl coming into the States every year comes from Canada, 59 pounds. Yeah, I bet it's substantively lower than the southern border. That is extremely true. They are there to stunt. Yes. AF Racing says, Connor, did you deal with any biker gangs? No, but the Warlocks were local. So we had Hell's Angels, Warlocks, and there's one other gang that's local in Central Florida, and I forget. But the truth is that biker gangs are not as common as they used to be. And so what's going on is the biker gangs are kind of aging out, where a lot of the leadership and a lot of the kids that were doing crazy shit like 30 or 40 years ago, like in the 80s and the 90s, all of those guys are like in their 50s and 60s now. So they're not committing homicides. They're not committing, they're not as aggressive. They're not recruiting as many young people. A lot of biker gangs are dying out. And effectively, it's a old man's club where they still wear the gang cuts and they still hang out in a bar and get wasted all day. And they still fight each other, stab each other, shoot each other, whatever. But it's just not like, what's that show? Not the Mayans, the Sons of Anarchy. The Sons of Anarchy, they're not a real motorcycle chapter as far as I know, but all of the gangs around me, all the motorcycle gangs around me, they're all fucking like dying Vietnam vets. And the next generation of biker gangs is a lot smaller, a shitload smaller than the Vietnam veteran generation. There was one thing out in Daytona where I think the Warlocks, because they did have enough young people there, during the pill mill days, so 2010s, they were breaking into pharmacies and stealing all the pills. And that was the last big story I heard about bike gangs was during the 10s, before the pill mill crackdown. Severn says, Connor, who do you think is the best debate panels? Probably Hippy Dippy for me, but you would have better insight. No, Hippy Dippy was the best, for sure, in my opinion. Wick, I think, is better now than Prime, but Prime, I have to applaud Prime. Prime's been running the same panel show for like 4 years. You know what I'm saying? So he's like a vet. He gets vet status. I don't like that Prime Kai panels are like Burger King knife fights, but that's entertaining to people. So Baby Life says, apparently the shooter praised Brandon Herrera. That's true. Kakode says, I'm an Amazon delivery. I work mostly holidays. Well, I'll see you on Monday. I'm traveling on Sunday, but if I'm not totally wiped out, I will stream on Monday. So I'll hang out with you. Everybody else will be on vacation, but I'll hang out with you. AF Racing says, you would have made a good undercover cop in a biker gang. I know, I just don't lie. I just don't lie very easily. Well, Kishi John says, are you working on Monday? It's a national day of celebrating working men. Well, I don't know if I should celebrate working men by streaming. And so for the ones who aren't working, they can get drunk and give me super chats. And then for the ones who are working, we can give them something to listen to. Or if I should get drunk and eat cheeseburgers and hot dogs myself. Kakode says, thank God, because biker gangs are toxic as fuck. True. There are dirt bike gangs now and four-wheelers. True, Beef Supreme. I saw that in West Baltimore and I saw that in DC. And effectively, it's teenagers who buy dirt bikes and buy ATVs, and that's how they get around town. Jenix says, oh my God, Connor, you have to do a grilling stream Monday? I don't know if I have the tech, but that's a good idea in general. Severn says, yeah, especially Hell's Angels are not even remotely what they were, and barely a biker gang at all. Yeah. Yep. When are you debating food shops? On what? What am I debating food shops on? Is it whether or not jerking off to teenage cartoons is good or not? The Vagos? No. The Vandals. That's another one. More common out west in San Bernardino area. Yeah, California. Apparently, California still has a kick-in motorcycle biker gang issue. Well, QC John says the new generation are on crotch rockets, not Harleys. I'm not surprised. And I'm also not surprised if there's Asian street bike gangs. Motorcycle gangs are shrinking because young kids can't afford a motorcycle on top of a car and rent. Yeah, I know, right? Cleveland has a dirt bike and four-wheeler problem. So do most major cities, by the way. We have that too downtown. But our city, Orlando, Orange County, they actually crack down on it fucking hard. If you so there's a couple of pill mill and drug dealing trailer parks where people were driving ATVs and dirt bikes back and forth between multiple communities, and they were using that for lookouts. And so what Orange County did is they impounded every ATV and every dirt bike that hit concrete. They followed it until the person ditched it, or they followed it until they tracked it back to their house. And then they impounded the dirt bike and they impounded the ATV to the point that the local gangs, like, I'm sure they still use them. But there was a huge crackdown in the late 10s for dirt bikes and ATVs in Central Florida. Grassroots says that's a motorcycle gang. Little sorry, probably should have made that clear. No problem. I'm familiar with Vandals, Warlocks, Hell's Angels. There's a few others that if you said the names out loud, I would recognize them. And then everything else, though, would either be new to me or I just wouldn't be aware. Hooligan says, there was that crazy Waco shooting where they arrested like 100 people, and despite people dying, everyone walked. Yeah, because they basically got into a mutually defensive gunfight. That was kind of crazy. Get drunk and do it on stream. Maybe we'll just get drunk on stream. Maybe we'll do that. If you were a character in The Departed, who would you be? I would want to be Mark Wahlberg. I would want to be the guy who's running the CIs and telling everybody to fuck off. And then when my CI gets murdered, I avenge his murder by committing a murder myself. Cicero says Portland has dumbass street racing gangs and they think they're in Fast and Furious. That's based. Hooligan says basically Rico fucked up motorcycle clubs and they did a bunch of PR, Hells Angels, Christmas toy drives. Yep. Mongols and Ghost Riders. Gotcha. Okay, so I seriously, Parasocial, love you. We almost hit 5 hours. You guys were incredibly generous today. Thank you so much for making this stream happen. I love being with you guys. I love hanging out with you. I know we got distracted for a week and a half, 2 weeks, where we were just like getting sucked up in the live and learn drama, which truth be told, I actually had a lot of fun in that. But immediately after we got sucked up into the Destiny drama and the Ethan Klein drama and all that kind of stuff, I understand that like my real chat, the people who hang out for political takes, they're not as into that stuff, or at least 2 or 3 of you are vocally not into that stuff. So I appreciate your patience while we were getting through the drama stuff, which metrically, let's face it, it was good for the stream. When I was doing the 150 to 200, live streams or whatever, it was like, oh, cool. Like we have a bigger stream. But I think you guys are correct. I think Grassroots was pointing this out to me, that ultimately those people aren't there for the community. They're not here for us. They're not here to hang out. And so while we might get 2 or 3 extra people from the drama who check out our community and hang out as a result of a drama cycle, they're not necessarily going to stick around. They just want you to cover the hottest, latest, grossest drama. And so we need to balance between dipping into drama for metrics versus building our own community that has more to say than check out this gross sex thing that Destiny did a few years ago that people are yelling at each other about. We need to balance drama with sustainable, decent growth. Christian Blair says, have a good day, Connor, in chat. See you next time. Parasocial, love you, brother. Thank you for being here. Cacode says, much love, gangies. See you, brother. Sacred Snow says, everyone have a great weekend. Grill something tasty. True. Cicero says, are you enjoying watching Taylor Renz getting dogpiled as much as I am? Always. I appreciate your patience with my whining. It's okay. You're not the only one. Grassroots and a few other people express similar sentiments, and I do Parasocial love you guys. So I want to dip into drama, and I want you guys to be lenient with me and forgive me when I dip into drama for metrics. But the whole point is to engage with drama that's actually funny and interesting, so we drag a few new people into chat versus just endlessly pursuing metrics that ends up destroying the community. So we have to balance those things. He's picking his ear right in front of us. I have a hair. I'm old. There's a gray hair that I can feel that feels longer than the other ones that's sticking out of my ear, and I'm trying to tweeze it because my wife is letting me walk around with a long gray hair. Fashion 40 says, thanks for the stream, Connor, in chat. I parasocially love you. Philip Copy says, have a great weekend, Connor. Hope your lady is recovered and doing well. Thank you for the donation, King. I parasocially love you. Old, come here just for the chat, to be honest, lol. Okay, well, I love you. Parasocially. Eric Dom says, what are you guys listening to after Connor usually? I think most people are going over to Hutch or Lonerbox, and then some people are still Destiny fans. Fashion 40 says, thank God I came in during the MIB convo here for the community vibes. Yep. Let's keep building it. All right. I parasocially love you guys. Have a beautiful day. Thank you for the donations. I'll see you on Monday. Maybe we'll do a drinking stream. I don't know. We'll see. But parasocial love. Bye.